Hello guys, welcome to my Microsoft PowerPoint tutorial. In this tutorial you are going to learn everything about the start screen, and also you are going to learn how to build a beautiful slide with pictures, icons, screenshots and so on. And also I'll be teaching you how to create beautiful icons using the shape tools. Then you're also going to learn about working with charts, how to insert chart in your presentation. And we are also going to do a little project on how to create a quiz app in Microsoft PowerPoint. Very easy and simple. Also, we look at how to create a beautiful animation scene in Microsoft PowerPoint by using the various animations that we have. Also, you are going to learn how to create master slide, how to create a custom layout in Microsoft PowerPoint. If you have PowerPoint installed on your system, you can go to Start, you can click on Start and type PowerPoint. And before you finish typing PowerPoint, you have PowerPoint here. Just click on PowerPoint. The first thing you see after launching your PowerPoint is the Start screen. On the Start screen, you have three sections. You have the Home, the New, and the Open. If you click on Home, you have the first section. You have the first section at the top. That is selecting your presentation from blank presentation or choosing a theme. If you click on blank presentation, it means you are going to apply background design and the font style by yourself. But if you click on any of the available themes here, you have a beautiful slide already designed with background and font style. So you can change this background and you can change this text. Also, if you need more theme, you can click more theme and you have more theme from Microsoft. Now, another option that you have here is you can start your presentation by using template. So you can type business template in the search box. Now you have some examples of business template that you can work with. So if I click the first one and I click on create, you have already designed business presentation right here that you can start editing. So all you need to do is just to click on the first slide and put in your title here. Click on the second slide, put in the content, click on the fifth slide, replace the content that you have here. So on the start screen, you can start your presentation by clicking on blank presentation or selecting theme, or by clicking on any template relating to the content that you want to present. Still on the start screen, you have this down part, this down section. You have the recent, where you have your recent files, all your recent files that you have worked on. The pinned section, if you pin any of your file, the recent files, if there's a file that you use often, you can click on the pin. This is presentation 2. I've pinned the presentation 2. If I go to my pin, I'm going to see it right here. Now, the essence of pinning a presentation or a file is for easy access. You have shared with me. If a file is shared with you on Microsoft account, it's going to be available right here. You can as well search for the file name. If I'm looking for a file, HTML, for example, I'm going to click on the file and HTML file is going to open. So on the start screen, you have this section, recent pin shared with me. You can start your presentation for blank presentation, choose a theme, or you choose a template. Now if I go to new, you have similar similar interface with what you have in the home. Then open, if you want to open a saved file, you can see from your presentation files, or if you save it in any of this folder, in your document folder, you can easily access it here, or if it's on your desktop, you can browse locations on your system that you save your file, and all you need to do is to click on the file and open it. If the file was shared with you, you can click here and the file will be available here. At the down part of the start screen, you have account, feedback, and options. Account. Basically, you have your Microsoft account information, and you can change Office background from here. If I hover my mouse over all of this, you are going to see that at the top right corner of my screen, you are going to see some changes. So I'm going to leave it as calligraphy. Office theme, you can as well change your office theme. If I change to colorful, you can see that my theme has changed to colorful, but I'm going to leave it as dark gray. Feedback, you can send a smile to Microsoft, send a frown, or send a suggestion. For options, you can as well change your background and also change your theme. Also, you can customize your ribbon. If there is a tool that is not available in your ribbon, this is your ribbon area, that is not available in your ribbon, you can come to customize ribbon and select the particular tool that you want. If I click on main tab, for example, and I go to draw, and I come right here and I click on the plus button to display all the tools under draw. If there's a tool that is not here and the tool is here and I want to send it here, I can click, then I click on add, then you're going to send it here, then you'll be able to use it within your ribbon. So basically that's what you do with PowerPoint options. Now that we understand the start screen, let us click on blank presentation and start exploring the features within PowerPoint application. Now, in PowerPoint application, this area is referred to as a slide area. This side is thumbnail. At the bottom here, the tools at the bottom here, they are all referred to as status bar. Then at the top, we have the ribbon. We have the ribbon. Within the ribbon, we have the tabs. You have File, Home, Insert, Draw, Design, and so on. Now, in each tab, we have command groups. Under Home, we have Undo, Clipboard, Slides as command groups, Font, Paragraph. Under Insert, we have command groups as well. So those are the basic terminologies you need to know about Microsoft PowerPoint. The first is the slide area. You have the thumbnail, you have the status bar, and you have the ribbon. So a collection of tabs is referred to as the ribbon. and a collection of command groups is referred to as the tab. Now let's start with the Home tab. If you click on Home, you have your text box right here. So I can delete any of the text box, or I can click to start typing. Computer. Now under the Home, you have Cut, Copy, Paste, and you have Format Painter. You have Undo and you have Redo. If I click here, it's going to undo, and if I click, you can see my computer is back. Also, if I highlight or I click on the text box, I can cut and I can paste. If you cut, it moves it, but if you copy, it duplicates it. So if I copy computer, for example, it's going to duplicate it, and I click on paste. Slides. Under the slide, you can create a new slide depending on the content that you have. If you have two contents, you select two contents slide. If you have comparison, you want to compare between two things, you select comparison slide. Now we have the slide layout. Now if I click on two contents and you realize that what you want to put in this slide is just title, so you can change the layout to title and it's going to change. Or if you realize that all you want is a blank slide, you can click on blank and it's going to give you blank. You can reset your slide as well. And we have sections. You can use sections to add sections to the thumbnail area. Now let's say the first part of my presentation, I want it to be topic on computer basics. So I'm going to add section. I will click on add section and I will title it Computer Basics. I'll click rename. I have Computer Basics here. So the content of slide 1, slide 2 and 3 will be all about computer basics. Now my second section, I want it to be history of computer. So you can right click and click on add section and give it title history of computer and click rename, and I'm going to add slide as well. You can right click to add your slide, or you click and hit the enter key to add a new slide, and you can go to your layout to change the layout of the slide. So we have two sections, basic computer basics and history of computer. So that is all about the slide. The font command group, if I have a text, computer, and I have computer, I have hardware. Computer consists of hardware and software. Under my font command group, I can highlight or click on the text box. If I click on bold, it's going to bold my text, italics, underline, and you have text shadow. Now I can change my font style, and I can increase my font by clicking on this, and I can decrease it by clicking on this. I can come here directly and choose any number to increase it, or type directly. Now, if I want to highlight a word, I can use text highlight. You can choose any option to highlight any text, any word that you want to highlight within your content. I can change my text color. Click any color is going to apply it to your text. Then here you have clear formatting. If you click on this, it's going to clear all the formatting that you have on your text. Under paragraph, we have bullets. So I'm going to type examples of hardware. So we have input, output. We have input and output for now. Under software, we have application software and system software. Now, as you can see, by default, I have bullet. So I'm going to highlight to change the bullet. Click and you have different types of bullet that you can apply. Now we have second level bullets. Under input, I want to put mouse and keyboard, but I don't want it to be on the first level. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to hit my tab key and it's going to send it, it's going to decrease it. So I will type mouse and I will type keyboard. Now I want to send it back to the first level. You're going to hit on the shift and tab key to send it back to the first level. Then I'm going to type storage. Now you can use shortcut keys to achieve this, or I can highlight and come up here. We have decrease list level. Then here you have increase list level. So you can use this shortcut by pressing tab is going to increase it, and by pressing shift and tab is going to decrease it. Here you have line spacing. As you can see, the effect on the list. Now you have alignment. If I click on this, you can align to the center, right, left, center. You have 1 column, 2 columns. So your text can be in 1 column and in 2 columns. Text direction. As you can see, the effect on the text. Then here you have align text. Align text, top, middle, bottom. You can see the text. You can see the effect on the text. Now, this is Smart Art. Smart Art is very important in creating a beautiful presentation, especially when you are working with lists. So I'm going to click on my list box and click on Smart Art. You can see you can use any of this Smart Art to bring out a beautiful list style. You can click on more Smart Art graphics for more options. Under list, you have a lot of options that you can make use of. You have process, hierarchy, relationship. If I click on this and I click on OK, it's going to give my list a beautiful graphics. Under the Smart Art styles or Smart Art design, you can choose any option that you want, and here you can change the color of your Smart Art, and also you can change the layout of your Smart Art. SmartArt is good in working with list. And that is all about the paragraph, the drawing tab. We are still going to come across shapes under our insert tab, the drawing tab. Now I'm going to select a blank slide. If we click on shapes, we have all of these shapes that you can make use of. You have rectangle, you have basic shapes, block arrows, and so on. If I click on rectangle, and I'm going to select another shape, oval shape. If you are working on any shape, once you draw the shape, you are going to see shape format. If you click on shape format, you have tools that will allow you to format your shape. Now in this shape, you have the shape fill. It means the shape color. So I'm going to change the shape color to red. Then the lines, the line is referred to as shape outline. I'm going to give it a color of orange. And I'm going to increase the outline, the width. Then you have shape effect. You can apply shadow to your shape. You can apply the inner shadow and perspective. So that is that about shape. I'll go back to my home tab. Under the home tab, you have arrange. If I place this shape on this rectangular shape, and I want to send this rectangular shape to the front, I'm going to click on arrange and click. Since my oval is active, I'm going to send it to the back of the rectangular shape. Send to back. As you can see, the rectangular shape is now at the front. Now I can as well group my shape by clicking on Control and clicking on the second shape to select both shapes. Go to Arrange and click on Group. It's going to combine the two shapes together. You have position objects. You can align just like test alignment. You can align to left, align to center. You can as well rotate. You can rotate left 90 degrees, right 90 degrees, flip vertical, and so on. Here you have quick style. I'm going to ungroup. Under quick style, you can change the style of your shape by selecting any of the styles here. So here you have shortcuts to fill color, or if you don't want a fill color, you can select no fill. Or let's say you want to select a color from a diagram or from within PowerPoint page. You can click on eyedropper tool and select any color of your choice, and it's going to fill it. You can select. So that is the function of the eyedropper tool. Here you have shape effect. So that is all about shapes. Now we go back to our text. Under editing, you have find, replace. If you are looking for a word, you can type it here and click on find. we couldn't find what you were looking for, if I type the word mouse and click on find, it's going to highlight the word mouse if it's within this slide. This is mouse here. And you can also replace a word. You can select object, and you can select word as well. Now this is dictate. I will go to empty slide. I will change this layout to blank and look for a text box. Now if I click on dictate and I have my microphone connected, I can start speaking. Hello, welcome to my PowerPoint tutorial. In this tutorial, you are going to learn all the main features that you have within PowerPoint. If you are using PowerPoint 2007, 2010, 2013, 16, 19, and the latest version, which is 2021, you can follow along in this tutorial. The version I'm using is Microsoft PowerPoint 365. Now, as you can see, it's typing automatically what I'm dictating, and that is the function of dictate. So I'm going to stop it. So that is all about the home tab. We have the design ideas here. So design idea is just going to give you an idea of how your slide, give you an idea of how your slide could look like. So if you like any of the ideas, you can select any of the design ideas, but you have to be online to have access to these features. Now the next tab I want us to look at is the Insert tab. Clicking on Insert button, under the Insert button we have several commands. We have discussed the slide command under Home tab. So we are going to start with the table command. If you click on table, you can create table in PowerPoint, or you just click on Insert table and you type the number of columns that you want in your table here. Columns are vertical aspects of your table, while rows are horizontal aspects of your table. I'm going to put 5 rows here and click enter. Now this is my table. You can click and start typing on your table. So this is how you create table. So you can click here and type. Now you have table style. You can select any style that you want. You have light, medium, and dark. So it depends on what you want for your presentation. Now you can adjust the shading, the borders, and effect. If you click on borders, you can give it all border, and also you have draw borders and other formatting that you can do under table design. Then you have table layout as well, so you can insert additional column above or below. If you right click, you also have that option of inserting columns and rows to your table. So you can insert above, you can insert below, you can insert right, and you can as well merge cell. If you highlight these two cells and you click on merge, it's going to merge these two cells to one. And you can also split cells. So under table design and table layout, you have a lot of formatting tools that you can use to work on your table. Now the next is images. Under images we have pictures. If you click on pictures, you can get pictures from your computer. If you have pictures on your computer, you click this device. If you click this device, it's going to take you to the locations where you have your pictures. So you can select locations where you have your picture or your image. If I click on picture and I go to this folder, I'm going to upload this. I'm going to insert this. There's a picture, and just like your table, you have picture format. So here you have picture style. You can select any style of picture that you want. Then you have a picture border, picture effect, and picture layout. Now also, if you can remove background from your picture. If you click on remove background, you have mark areas to keep, areas that you want to keep. So if I highlight on this part, it's going to remove the paint that is covering that particular area. So I will continue to click. It will be better that I use a picture with real background, but I can still make use of this. So if you're okay with this, you click on keep changes. Now you have color, so you can change the color of your image or picture, and you have artistic effect, you have transparency effect as well. So it depends on what you're working on. It depends on your creative ability and what you are doing for your presentation. Now, apart from getting picture or images from your system, you can get pictures online, or you can get pictures through stock images. If I click on stock images, but your system must be connected to use this feature. So under stock images, you have a lot of images that you can make use of. You can type directly. If I type computer and I hit the enter key, it's going to show me pictures of computers that are available. So if you want cut out people, stickers, video, illustrations, and so on, you can, or you type directly what you want, and it's going to bring out what you type. So you can also get pictures online. You can use the online picture tool. You can type what you want here. If I type animated background, and I hit the enter, so I have the options of animated background. So whatever you want to type, and you are going to get, so that's how you get pictures for your presentation. Now if you are using lower version and you don't have access to stock images, or you want to download pictures on your system so that you can import it from your system, you can go to your browser and go to Pixabay, pixabay.com. In pixabay.com, you have photos, illustrations, vectors, videos, music, and sound effects. So all you need to do is to type. If I type computer under photos, so I have high quality images that I can use for my presentation. All you need to do is just click, and you can download for free high quality image. So You can bring it to your presentation after downloading it and use it for your presentation design. So we have screenshots. Now if you want to use the screenshot, you need to display or open what you want to screenshot, the file or the web page or the particular file that you want to take screenshot from. You have to open the page. For example, if I want to take screenshots of this background or this part of my background, I'm going to click on screenshot, and screen clipping is going to minimize my PowerPoint, and I can then do a screenshot and it's going to bring it directly to my slide. Now if you see something on a browser that you want to screenshot, let's say I want to screenshot this computer directly, I'll click on screenshot, screen clipping. It takes me to my browser because it's open, and I'm going to screenshot this and takes it directly to my presentation. So that is how to use screenshots. Now you have photo album. You can create a photo album. All you need to do is just click on it and insert your photos. Just from file, just click on these and insert all of your photos to create the photo album. The next thing I want us to discuss is illustrations. Illustrations are powerful in Microsoft PowerPoint. Under illustrations, we have shapes, icons, 3D models, smart art. We've discussed smart art under Home tab, and we have charts. So for shapes, we have many shapes that you can use for your presentation. And you can also use shapes to create simple icons depending on your creativity. So quickly, I'm going to create two icons. The first one is going to be a fish icon. So I'm going to select my oval shape, draw it like this, go back to my shape and select moon shape and draw moon shape like this, and I'll return it like this and drop it here. Ctrl D to duplicate. I'll move it to the middle and increase it. Move it here and increase it. The next thing I want to do is to create the mouth. So I'm going to look for triangular shape. I'm going to turn it and move it here, and I'm going to click on the body of the fish, hold my control, click on the triangle. Under shape format, I'm going to click on this arrow where I have merge shapes and subtract, as you can see. Then the last thing I'm going to create the eyes. We'll go to my shape, select an oval shape and draw my circle. Go to shape fill, fill it with color white and select oval shape again and draw a small oval shape. Fill it with color black and move it inside the eyes. Then the next thing I'm going to do is to hold my control and select, and I'll go to merge. Under merge shape, click the arrow and click union. Then I'm going to group everything by highlighting everything. Right click, you go to group and click on group. Then this is a fish icon. Now the next icon I want to draw with my shape tool is a computer. So I'm going to select rounded corner rectangle like this. Then I'll select rectangular tool I'm going to change this to black, shape fill to black, the inner rectangle, shape fill white. I will select another rectangle, I'm going to fill it with black, outline, no outline, then select rectangle, fill it with black, outline, no outline, then I will select rounded rectangle to draw my system unit, fill it, I'm going to fill this with black as well, select a rectangle, fill it with white, Ctrl D to duplicate it, bring it down like this, and I will select my oval shape, draw the power button, and I will fill it with white. Then I'm going to group everything together. Right click and group, and this is my computer icon. So you can do a lot with the shape tool depending on your creativity. Now, still under illustrations, you have icons. If you click on the icon command, and you have several icons that you can use with your presentation here, or you type whatever icon you are looking for and it's going to bring it up. If you want to insert any of these icons, just click and hit the insert key, and it's going to download into your slide. Now, the icon command 3D models are not available in 2010 and 2013. If you are using 2019 and 2021 or Microsoft 365, you are going to see the icons and 3D models command. So 3D models, if you click on it and you are connected, you are going to see 3D object that you can use as well in your presentation. So you have a lot of examples here. You can also type whatever you are looking for. If I am looking for human skeleton, so you can type and it's going to show you different examples of human skeleton. I'm going to select the first one and click insert, and it's going to download it onto your slide. Okay, so now that you have your 3D object downloaded, there is this symbol at the middle, this 3D symbol at the middle, so you can use this to rotate it clockwise, anti-clockwise. You can show the back side of it, you can show the side, and you can show it 360, show any part of it. That's why it's three-dimensional. So if you are using 2019, 2020 or Microsoft 365, you have access to icons and 3D commands. Now the last command I want us to look at under illustration is chart. If you want to use charts to illustrate points within your presentation, you have all kinds of charts depending on your content that you can pick. So I'm going to use pie charts as an example. All you need to do is select the chart, then the chart type, and click OK. So you have an Excel sheet that will allow you to enter your data. I want to prepare a computer sales report, so I'm going to put product here, products. Then here I'm going to put mouse, keyboard, monitor, printer, And you can change the values that you have here. I'm going to change this to 560, 446, 378, 589. Okay. Now you can add more value. This is an Excel sheet. You can even perform calculation. So, once you are through entering your data, you can close the Excel sheet. Now, if you want to format your chart, you have chart style under chart design, and you have format. You have chart design. If you want to change the color of your chart, you can do that here. You can add chart elements. Example is chart title. There's a shortcut right here. You have chart title, chart data. If you want to include chart data, and you have legend, or you want to remove the title, or you can add the title. Just double click and type your title. Then here you have your chart style, just like what you have here, and also you have filter. You have chart filter here. If you want to display only mouse and keyboard, just uncheck monitor and printer and apply, and you have only mouse and keyboard. So that's all you have under illustrations. We have add-ins. Add-ins are software that can enhance or that can give additional functionalities to your PowerPoint application. So if I click on Get Add-ins, it's going to take me to Microsoft Store, where I have free add-ins and where I have add-ins that you can also pay for. So let's say you're an educator. You can click on education, and let's say you want to create quizzes or embed surveys within your presentation, and you don't have that function within PowerPoint. So you can actually add an add-in to your PowerPoint that will allow you to create quizzes. You have a PP timer. Insert a timer into your PowerPoint presentation, but this one comes with additional purchase. Additional purchase may be required. You have Pixton comic character. If you're a primary school teacher and you use a lot of comic character in your presentation, you can install this add-in. Like here, I have Open Pixels. I install this add-in. It gives me access to quality photos. Then we have Zoom. Zoom. I'm going to click on this side and change the layout to blank. I'll go back to my inserts. Now for Zoom, you have slide zoom, section zoom, summary zoom. If you decide to do slide zoom, and you click on slide zoom, so it's going to display all the slides that you have in your presentation. And if you want to zoom on all this slide, or you want to zoom on all the slide, you can select all of the slide, but I want to use these 3 slides as an example. I'm going to click on insert, and I'm going to arrange this. I'm going to put this here and put this here. Now if I go to my slideshow, I can use this one slide to present these 3 slides by clicking. If I click on the first, it's going to zoom in on it, and I'm going to present it. If I click again, it's going to take me back. I click on this slide, it's going to zoom in on this slide again. If I click, it's going to take me back and click on the last slide as well. So that's the function of Zoom. So you can do the same with section zoom. The section zoom is going to capture the section of your slide. If you use the section zoom, for example, it's going to capture all the slides you have within this section: table, images, and illustration. And if it's this second section that you capture, it's going to also capture all the slides that you have in that section. If I click on section zoom, we have section 1, which is table, images, and illustration, section 2, and all of that. So the next thing I want to talk about is links. Now I have created a short quiz to explain how to use link. So all I did is just use a text box to type question, then use your shape, use my shape tool. I'll go to my shape and draw this rectangle and change the color, change the fill color to red, and also right click and click edit text and type the number. So I highlighted this number to increase it, then I copy and paste, or I duplicated to have number 2, 3, and so on. So now I want to link my first question. The other thing I did was to type my question. You type your question. I have question 1 typed already, question 2, question 3, then I have my answers typed as well. So I will go back to my question home page and click on question 1. I'm going to link. I'm going to click on link. Then I will link place in this document. I'm going to use place in this document because you can link to an external document or a web page. So place in this document, and I'm going to link my first question to slide 8, where I have my question 1. I'm going to click OK. Now I will link my question 2 to slide 9. So I will click on link, then I will click on slide 9. I'll click OK. Question 3, I'm going to link it to slide 10. That's where I have question 3. So click on link, slide 10, and OK. Now my answers, after displaying the question, I would like to go back to my home page, which is slide 7. So if you go to shapes and you come down here, you're going to see action button. So I select the home action button. Okay, this is the wrong button, sorry. So I'll go to my insert and shapes, select my home button, and also link it to my question slide. I'm going to click on slide and link it to slide 7. Slide 7, that's where the home page for the question and answer. I'm going to click OK and OK. So I just copy this and paste on all of the question and answer slides so that I can click on it to take me back to my home page. So that's how to use link. You can actually use link to create a simple quiz. Now let's see how this works. Let's go to our slideshow, and if I click on question 1, this is my question 1. If I click on home page, I can click on answer to question 1 and it's going to show me answer. Click on home page to take me back to my question home. Question 2, mouse is an example of input device. Yes. I click on home page, answer to my question 2 is yes, option A. Go back to my home page, and so on. So that is how to use link. Also, you can link to a web page. If you want to link a part of your presentation to an external file, this could be an external Microsoft Word file or external PowerPoint file or a web page, just click and go to your link, and you select existing file or web page, then you paste your web link here. So if I copy this link and paste here and click OK, if I go to my slideshow and click on this number 1, it's going to take me to that particular web page. Okay, so that is how to use link and action. Now you can use comments on any of your slides. If you click on comment, if you want to comment on this slide, just click on comments and you should be able to add comment to this slide. Probably you want to share this presentation with someone and you want the person to adjust certain content or to continue working on the particular slide, you can put a comment right here. Then text box. If you're using text box, you just click on text box and you draw text box basically to type. So whatever you want to type, you can use text box to do that. And also we have header and footer. So if you click on header and footer, you can add date, you can add slide number, and you can add footer. So if I want to use Futurist ICT solution as my footer, then I want my slide to have slide number and also date and time, I'm going to check this as well. If I don't want it to have slide number, I'm going to check this. Then for my footer, then if you want to apply to all of the slide, you apply. If you want to apply to only at the active slide, which is slide 6, you click apply. So I'm going to apply to all, and you can see I have Futurist ICT solution here. This is my slide 6 and I have date right here. So that is how to apply header and footer. Then you have word art. You can use word art to create a beautiful text. So here I can type computer and I can change the color field, the text color. I can change the outline as well. Then you can change the style. And so on. Still under insert, we have symbols. We have symbols and we have equations. So you have access to equation, and if you click on symbols, you have access to all kinds of symbols. If you need symbol for your presentation, and we have video. If you have video on your system that you want to use, you can get stock video and you can get online video, just like you have in pictures. It applies to videos as well. Then audio, you can bring in audio from your PC, or you can record audio. If you click on record audio, then you can click on this red circle to start recording yourself. Open Pixel. Pixel is an add-in that I installed. So this add-in basically will allow me to get quality images for my presentation. So that is all about insert. So the next thing we'll be looking at is the draw, design, and transition all together. Draw, design, and transition. Now that we've learned about the Insert tab, the next tab is the Draw tab. The Draw tab is not available in 2007, 2010, 2013. The draw tab is available in 2019 and 2021, and also in Microsoft 365. So I'm going to click on the draw tab. If you click on the draw tab, you have these command groups. You have drawing tools, stencils, convert, and replay. Now here you have your a tool to select an object. So if I pick a pen, I draw a rectangle, and if you want to select this object, you can just click on this select object tool to select the object, and you can convert this ink to shape. You can click on ink to shape, then it's going to convert it to a proper shape, as you can see. Now we have different types of pen. We have the cleaner. Then this is another selection tool, but this one you have to draw around the shape that you want to select. This is eraser. Then we have this is pen 0.5 mm, and this is another pen 3.5 mm, and you have highlighter. So if you right click on this pen, you can modify the pen. You can select the thickness of the pen, how thick you want the pen to be. Then you can select colors and effect. So if I select this effect, for example, and I come here and use this pen to do this, I'm trying to write thank you. So that's one of the things you can use the pen to do. And you can actually click on ink replay, and it's going to play how the thank you was drawn. Then if I click on my selection tool to highlight, or you can click on this other one to draw around your highlight, and I can convert to text, the ink to text. The other one we used was to convert ink to shape. This one can be converted to text. If I click on ink to text, it's going to convert this thank you to a proper text, to a typed text, as you can see. So now here I have thank you. So the T is missing, but I can include it. So if you want to convert your ink to text, you can use convert into text, ink to shape as well. If I draw an oval shape with my pencil, I can convert it to an oval shape. You can convert it to a circle shape. I'm going to use this other selection tool. Like I said, you are going to draw around your shape or around your text to highlight it, and you can now click on ink to shape. If you click on ink to shape, then it's going to convert it to shape, as you can see right here. Okay, for the last time, I'm going to have 2x squared plus 3x squared equals 0. I can click on replay to play this, and I'm going to highlight and click on ink to matte, and it's going to convert it. So that is how to make use of ink to map. And the other tool we have here is the stencil, the ruler. So if you need to draw a line, so you can just pick up the pen, and I'm going to draw a straight line here. Then I will move the ruler up again and also draw another line right here. And I can click on the ruler to take it out, and I can hit my selection tool to move this line around. So that's what you use the stencil for. So that is all about the drawing tool. The next tool I want us to see is the design. In the design tab, you can select any theme of your choice. If you click on this arrow, you have more options, and you can select any theme. If you select a theme, you have variants, so you can select from different color variants. So we have this color, and you can select depending on the one that you want. You can click for more options, click on the color. If you click on color, then you have all kinds of color combinations that you can make use of. Then here we have format background. So you can format your slide background or your presentation background anyhow you want it. You can use solid color. If you want to use solid color, you have more options here that you can select from, and you can adjust transparency of that color. Then we have gradient option. You can select from select different colors for your gradient, and you can also change the type of gradient. This is linear, we have radial, we have rectangular, we have paths. I'm going to select rectangular, and you can determine where your gradient starts and where it stops, and adjust your gradient here. Then position is 70%. You can adjust the position as well here. Then you can apply it to all slide. If I click on apply to all slide, it's going to apply it to all of the slides. So you can also insert pictures or texture as your background. So if for texture, if you click on this, you have options. You have options that you can work with. And you can also apply to all. As you can see here, it has applied the texture to all of my slides. And if you want to use picture, you can insert picture from a file on your system. You can insert picture from stock images, from online pictures, and from icons. So if I click from a file, that is, I want to pick a picture from my system, I can go to where the picture is on my system and insert the picture. So I can apply it to all of the slide, or just leave it in this slide 7. So you can as well hide background if you want to hide background. And you have pattern fill. So if you want to use pattern fill, you can choose any of this pattern. You have a foreground color. You can change the foreground color and the background color. So it depends on what you want. So you can actually customize or format your background if you don't want to use theme. So if you are selecting any theme, for your slide or your presentation, we have variants that you can select from. You can select from any of these variants. And that is all for design. The next tab is transition. If we click on transition, we have so many transition examples that you can select from, but I will advise you not to use transition that will distract your audience from you and from your topic of discussion. You should use a simple transition like fade is very okay. Push is also okay. They are very simple transition. Wipe is okay. Split is also okay. Very simple. Reveal is okay. But for a more professional presentation, most of the time they use fade to introduce different slides, because transition is just a way of moving from one slide to another slide. You can use morph as well. Morph is not available in lower versions like 2007, 2010, but morph is available, I think, in 2016, 2019, and 2021, and in Microsoft 365. So this first set of transition can be used because they are simple and they are straightforward. Now, if you need more transition, you can use some of these transition, but if you are not careful, some of these transition will distract your audience from paying attention to whatever you are saying, and they will now the transition may now take their attention. It depends. If you are using this to create 2D animation, then you can use any of these, or 2D adverts. You can use any of the other transition. But if it's for a professional presentation, I will advise that you use fade or any of these simple ones for your transition. Now, if you click any transition, we have effect option. So I choose fade. I'll use smoothly, or you can select through black. If I select push, if you go to effect option, is it from the bottom, from the left, right, or from top? So it's going to push from the top. If you want it to push from the left, you're going to push from the left. So it all depends on the one you are using. If I click on split, if you go to effect option, you have horizontal in, like so, and so on. Then you have your timing here. So you can add sound. If you don't like any of this sound here, you can go to other sound and select sound from your system, and select sound from your system. Then you have duration. Duration is, you can apply duration here, specify the length of the transition. Then you can also apply this particular transition to all, or this particular timing and transition to all. Then on mouse click, if you don't want to use it, if you want your transition to apply after you click your mouse, you're going to select this. But if you want it to apply after certain seconds, you check this, right, and you uncheck this, you check this. So I'm going to check on mouse click. Then after applying your transition, you can click on preview to see it. So you can apply to all, and the transition will be applied to all. Then we have animation. In animation, I'm going to, for animation tab, I'm going to pick this blank presentation, and what I want to do, I'm going to insert, I'll go to my pictures and insert a background. Go to online pictures. I'll go to online pictures and type animated city, animated city. So you can use anything. I would just want to create something. So I'm going to select the first one and insert it. So I'm going to use this as my background to explain the animation tab. I'm going to increase this. Just increase it like this. Okay, I'm going to leave a little bit space. So the next thing I want to bring in is I'm going to go to my insert again, go to pictures, online pictures. I'm going to look for working girl GIF. So GIF is just a picture, an image with a little bit of motion. That is what GIF is. So if you are looking for an image with a little bit of motion, then you can type the image and put GIF in front, so that you get options of pictures with a little bit of motion. So I'm going to insert this. I'll click on insert. Okay, thank God this one is transparent. So but you can, if you insert a GIF file with a background, so you can go back and just put transparent in front, transparent working GIF, and you get the one without a background. So this one is without a background, is very okay. So I'm going to position this here. Now the other thing I want to bring in birds. So you can go to Google. You can go to Google and type animated flying bird GIF. Animated flying bird GIF transparent. So basically I don't want it with a background. That's the essence of putting transparent. So you're going to see so many examples, but I'm going to select this one. I'm going to select this example. Just right click and click Save As to download it to your system. So I already have it downloaded. So I will go to my inserts and go to my pictures and this device. I'll go to my download. This is it. So I'm going to bring it in, and I have the birds here. Okay, so I'm just going to reduce this. Now the next thing I want to do, I will go to insert and pick a text box and draw a text box here and type something inside my text box. I'm going to type beautiful city you can read while walking. So I'm going to highlight this. I can use Ctrl A to highlight, and I'm going to increase the text. Make sure it's two lines. Okay, then I'm going to change the color. Change the color of the text. Apply bold to it. Okay, so now let's go to our animation tab with all of these that I have now. Now you can see you must click on an object for the animation tab to be active or to be activated. So if I click on this test, if I click on the test, you can see that the animation is active now. So the first thing I want to animate is my text, beautiful city you can read while walking. So if I apply appear, you can see it appears, and you're going to see this one here. It means I've applied animation. So I can choose fly in, it's going to fly in, and you also have effect option. Flying in, is it from the bottom or from the left, or to fly in from the top? So you can make use of effect option to choose the direction where it will fly in. So floating as well. So you have effect options and all of that, but I'm going to choose appear. Now choosing appear, you have effect option and you have all at once by paragraph, but I want it to appear word by word. I want beautiful to appear first, then city, you can, and so on and so forth. So what I can do to achieve that, I will go to my animation pane, then I can right click and go to effect options, In effect option, animated text, you see all at once. I'm going to click on the down arrow and click by word and click OK. So it's going to come in word by word. The animation is going to come in word by. So you can use the animation pane. You right click for effect option, or you click on this arrow for effect option and timing. So if you want to apply, you can apply more than one animation to an object or to a text. So I've applied my first animation. To apply second, third, fourth, fifth, as many as possible animation that you want to apply, you click on add animation. So you click on the text and you come to add animation. Don't forget we've added the first animation. Look at this animation right here. If you click on this arrow, we have animation, we have entrance, that's the one that will introduce your object. Then we have emphasis. After your object has been introduced, then the animation that you apply while the object is showing, then we now have exit animation. So when your object is, this one will allow your object to go out. Animation that will take your object out. Then we have special animation, motion parts. You can customize the way that your object will appear within your slide. That is motion path. Now we have more entrance effect, more emphasis effect, more exit effect, and you have more motion path effect. So basically you have 4 sections of animation. You have entrance, that will bring your object in. Then you have emphasis. After your object is in, how you want your object to behave while it's in. Then the one that will take your object out, that is exit. Then you now have a motion path that you want to draw your animation yourself. So you want an object to go on a straight line, you're going to click and draw the line. You want the object to move in an arc form, you draw it, and so on and so forth. Then you have custom paths that you can draw anyhow you want. And if you need more animation or more effect, you click on any of this. So now, like I said, we've added our first animation using this animation tab right here. So to add another animation, if you use this tab here, let's say I want to add an emphasis animation. Now I cannot do it from here again. If I select it from here, it's going to remove this and replace it. If I click on this, for example, you see, you just replace it. So I'm going to go to my appear and still go to my effect option to return it back to by word. So I want to apply an emphasis animation. I will go to add animation to do that. You can add as many animations as possible if you click on add animation. So I will go to emphasis. Now after coming in, I want my text to grow and shrink. Okay, I want a complementary color, something like this. So if you want grow and shrink, you have something like this. Or fill color. So I'm going to leave it as fill color. That's, if you look here now, as you're applying is as you use add animation, you can see I've added 3 animations. So I'm going to click on number 3 to delete it and click on number 2 to delete it, so that I have this 1 and 2. So the last one I want to add here is the exit, how my text will exit my slide. So I'm going to click on zoom for that. So we can go to effect options and still select how the animation will zoom out. Now we have time in here, just like you have in transition. And I'm going to start on click. I'm going to choose with previous. So you can say that anytime you click on your mouse, that's when the animation should show. And you have duration, you have delay. You want to reorder the animation, you want to move it, you can do that here anyway. So you have this, and this. So you can decide to move this to the top, or you turn it back. Alright, so now that is how to apply simple animation to your text. So if I click on this and I click on preview, you're going to see that's my first animation appear word for word, then the emphasis, then the exit, which is the zoom. So the next one I want to do is I'm going to apply animation, a motion part animation to this GIF file. So I'll go to my motion parts. Here is motion part. I'm going to click on custom part, and after selecting the custom parts, then I can draw the part. Okay, so now after drawing the part, once you click OK, it will apply it to your animation. So what I want to do now is on this animation, I'm going to with previous, I'm going to select with previous, and for the bird, I'm also going to, I will click on, I can use a custom part as well, or use loop. So I'm going to use custom part as well, and move them this way. So you can see, you can just draw the part that you want them to move. So you can see that. So, and I'm going to, for start, I'm going to with previous, so that everything will happen together. So if I go to my slideshow view and I click, as you can see, beautiful city. Okay, and okay, so that is animation, and that is all about animation. So if you come to animation pane, you can actually adjust a lot about your animation by right clicking. You have effect options, timing, and so on and so forth. So you can pause the video and play with animations, and you are going to be able to create a lot with it. So the next tab is the slideshow. Now under the slideshow, you can start your show from the beginning or from current slide. You have a custom slide. Custom slide will allow you to select some slides that you want to present. If you don't want to present all the slides, so you can just click on new, and it's going to allow you to select some slide that you would like to present. If you don't want to present all the slide, and you can add, but you can also start your presentation from the beginning like this, or from the current slide. So if this is a current slide and I type from current slide, it's going to pick from there, and you can see that. Then rehearse with coach. So if you want to rehearse your presentation, you can use this. Then set up slideshow. You can use it to set up your slideshow, and also hide slide, rehearse timing, and record. You can record. We are going to look at this under record, but you can record your slide, and also you can record screen. So that is that about the slideshow. Now the next is record. Now you can record your slide. If I want to record my slide, for example, if I want to record from the first slide, I can click on this and record from current slide or from the beginning. So if I click from the beginning, it's going to show me this presenter view, and I can click on, as you can see, start recording. If you want to stop recording, you click on stop recording, then you have replay. So to start recording, you click on start recording. Then also you have pencil and different colors here that you can use while recording your slide. either to circle a particular content. So if I click on start recording, and then I'm going to start at hello guys, welcome to my slide recording tutorial. I just want you to know that you can record your slide within PowerPoint, and also you can make use of the pen tool to circle any content that you want to lay emphasis on, and also you can change the color of your pencil to lay emphasis on certain points that so you can basically record your slide. So when you are through recording your slide, you can, if you want to record another slide, you go to you can click to go to the next slide, or use the arrow key to move on to the next slide that you want to record, and you continue talking. This is skeleton, this is computer icon, and all of that. Then if you are through recording, you click on stop. So after clicking on stop, you can now you have a microphone here. You can turn microphone up. This symbol means that there is a sound attached to this. So you can actually hit your escape key to return back to your slide. So now on my first slide, you can see there is a sound here. It means there's a recording here. On my second slide as well, there's a recording here. Then my third slide, there is nothing there because I didn't actually record the slide. So if I play these two slides, you're going to hear me talk. So then still under record, you can do screenshots. We've discussed about screenshots under insert. Then also you can bring in your video. You can bring in video file. You can embed video file in your presentation, and also audio. We've also discussed this. You can save your file as show file, or you can export it as a video. So if you, after recording your slide and you want it to come out as a video file, that is MP4, you just export. If you click on export to video and you click on create video, it's going to convert your presentation to a video file. So the last thing I'll be talking about under this record is screen recording. Screen recording. So to record the screen, it is important to create a slide for it. So I'm going to go to my home and create a blank slide. So in this blank slide now, because if you click here, for example, and you record and you use screen recorder, it's going to replace this file and put the video right here. So I'm going to create a blank slide so that after recording, it's going to put it in my blank slide. So I'll go to record, and because I'm using the screen recorder right now, the PowerPoint screen recording right now is not enabled. But I'm going to make another video that I will explain how to use. It's very simple. Just click on screen recording. Make sure you have a blank slide. Click on screen recording, and it's going to ask you, as you can see at the top here, it's going to ask you to select areas that you want to record within your laptop. So if you within your system, so if you want to record the whole screen, then it's going to ask you to mark the whole screen. Then you make sure that your microphone is well connected, and you're going to see the record button. Once you press the record button, it will start capturing your screen and your voice. So that is how to record screen. Now under review, you have check accessibility, spelling, language, and all of that. You don't have much here. Then under view, you have presentation view, outline view, slide sorter. You want to arrange your slide sorter. We allow this is normal view. This view right here is normal view. You still have outline view. You have all of your slide and the content, and you have the slide sorter where you have all of your slide. And in slide sorter view, you can rearrange your slide. You can move slide around, let's say this is supposed to be second slide, and so on and so forth. So in slide sorter, you can rearrange your slide, and at the bottom here, at the status bar, you have this view. This first one is the normal view. Here is the slide sorter view. Here is the reading view, and here is the slideshow view. So if you want to present your presentation, you click on the slideshow view to present your presentation. So, and under view, another point that is very important, another tab, another command group that is very important is the master slide command group, as you can see. So if you want to create a customized template, let me return back to normal view. If you want to create a customized layout, you can use the slide master to do that. If I click on slide master, for example, and you can see the first one here, I can actually set my title, set the font and font style. So you can just go to font here and select a customized font. So that will be the font of every title of your layout. Then you can have different levels, like this level. Now we have this color, and we have for the second level this color, and for the third level we have this background highlights, and then we have this color. So you can also insert a layout. Now this is a blank, this is a custom layout, and I can decide to design, a customized slide layout. I can have under insert placeholder, I can have text here, and I have text here. Okay, so I can click on placeholder as well and add pictures. So I can add picture here. I can use Ctrl D to duplicate and move this here. And move this here. Then I'll also go to placeholder to select smart hats. I have smart hat here. So basically you can use the master slide to create a custom slide layout. So I'm going to save this. So I will go to rename and just put my special slide layout. So I'm going to click on rename and close master slide. If I go to my new slide, I'm supposed to see it here. So you can see my special slide layout. So if I click on this, it's going to give me this. So I'll be able to work with this, insert pictures, then I can also insert clipart. So if you have an idea in mind of what your slide should look like, and probably the default slide layout and are not meeting up with how you want your slide to look like, you can create a customized slide layout from master slide that you can use. And if you type any text here, automatically, because we set it to area black, at the top of the PowerPoint presentation you have autosave. The autosave will help you to save automatically in your Microsoft account. If I enable the autosave, how do I turn an autosave? You select your account. Once you select your account, you must be connected. It's telling me that I'm not connected. So if you are connected online and you have Microsoft account, once you turn it off, so anytime you save your work, automatically it saves in your Microsoft account. And if it's turned on, anytime you work, it automatically saves your file. Then if you want to save on your system, you can click on save, and it's going to save it on your system. Then here we have, you can click to start your slide presentation from the beginning, and over here we have our quick access toolbar. We have so many tools. New, if you want to create a new presentation, open, email, quick print, print preview, spelling, undo. You can remove and add tools to quick access toolbar, and you can also change the location. You can click on show below and it's right here, or you can click on show above to take it up. Now you also have search. This is available in 2019 and 2021 and in Microsoft 365. So if I have a text, if I go to my insert and I have a text box, if I type computer, for example, and if I want to apply bold to computer and I can't remember the location of bold, I can type bold here and click on bold, and it applies it to my text. So anything you want to do at all, if you cannot remember the location, just type it here and you will be able to apply it. You want to create a new slide, you can just type new slide, and once you click on new slide, it's going to automatically create a new slide for you. Now in 2016 you have something similar to search, but it's not search. I think is it's going to I think is what you want to do, something like that. You're going to see it. You know, it allows you to also perform similar function, and this is my account because I'm signed into my Microsoft account, so it's showing my name. So I'm connected now. If I turn on my autosave, it's going to save my work in the cloud automatically. So it's connecting to the server. So once it's connected, my whatever I'm doing will automatically be saved in my Outlook account. That is the account that is right here. So you can see that it's on now, automatically saving. You don't have to worry about clicking save anymore. Use undo or version history to revert on what I edit. So that will be all for our PowerPoint tutorial. If you follow from the beginning to now, you should be able to work with PowerPoint confidently, because we've touched more than 95% of the features that we have within PowerPoint. I'll be doing other tutorials on PowerPoint advanced feature in details, like the master slide and some other aspects of PowerPoint. Please subscribe to this channel and click on like if you like this video. See you in my next tutorial. Hello great people, welcome to my Microsoft Word complete tutorial. If you have Microsoft Word installed on your system, go to the search box and type Word. You're going to see the version of Word installed on your system. If you have 2013, 2016, 2019 or 2021, you're going to see it. Click, or if you have it in your taskbar, you can click on Microsoft Word. After clicking on Microsoft Word, the first page you are going to see is known as the Start Screen or the Backstage View. The Backstage View was introduced in 2013 version. So if you are using 2010 or 2007 version, you're not going to see the Start Screen or the Backstage View. Now in the Start Screen or the Backstage View, you have at the top section, you can start a blank document. There are two ways to start your document. You could start a document from a blank document or from already made templates. Now right here you have templates that I have opened already. If you need more templates, you can click on more templates right here. You click on more templates, you have hundreds of templates from Microsoft, especially if you are connected online. If your computer is connected to the internet, you have access to a lot of templates. Templates are already made documents that you just need to edit. If I want to create a report and I want to use this template to create my report, for example, I'm going to click on this, and all I need to do is I can change this image right here. I can change this picture by going to my insert, and I'll click on picture to replace this picture right here. I can also change the title of this document, I can change this title rather, and by just typing something else, I can type Tons Media and type the content and so on, and my document will be ready. So you can create a document by selecting any of these templates, or you can just click on blank presentation. If you click on blank presentation, it means that you are going to do all of the editing and formatting by yourself, and the typing also. Okay, still on the backstage or the start view, at the below the first section is this other section here where you have the recent and pinned section. Recent will show all the files that are recently opened or saved in your Word environment or in your Word application. Under recent, you can have 20, 50, hundreds of files. But if there's a file that you use often or you open often, you can pin such a file and the file will be under pin. So if I unpin all of this file, I'm going to unpin all of this file here. And just unpin by clicking on this pin. I will go to my recent and pin some file. I'm going to pin Tons Media Documents, and I'm going to pin EMA. These two files will appear under pin. Now the essence of pinning a file is because the more file you open, all of the file you have at the top will move down to the bottom. Now, instead of going through the stress of looking for this file or clicking on more document, if it's a file that you use often, you can just pin it so that you can easily access it from the pin section. So if you look under the home section, you have the new section. If you click on new section, the new section is similar to what you have in the home. You can start a blank document, or you can just start a document from already installed template. If you are connected online, you are going to have access to template categories. You can easily type or search for a particular template you are looking for. Over here, you're going to have business template, you're going to have resume template, you're going to have report template, and so on and so forth. So you can select any one and quickly edit so that your document will be ready. Under the new section, you have the open. If you have a saved document that you want to open, you click on the open section. If you click on the open section, it's going to take you to recent. These are the recent documents that you have worked on that you can easily open from here. Now, if this document is under OneDrive, OneDrive is Microsoft email. So if you have an Outlook account, it works just like your Google account, that is your Gmail or Yahoo Mail. So if you have an Outlook account and you are signed in, like you're seeing, tonsmedia@outlook.com, if you have your file saved in OneDrive, you can click on OneDrive and your files will be listed right here. This system is not connected, that is why the files are not listed. So if you are connected and you have signed in your account, once you click OneDrive, you're going to have access to all of the files right here. Now, if the file is on your personal computer, on your PC, your laptop, your desktop, you can click on this PC and select a folder within your computer that the file is. So, or you can search for the file. So if I search for Tons Media right here, as you can see, it's going to bring up the file for me to open. Don't forget, we are under the open section. This will allow you to open any file from anywhere, both online or offline. Now you can also browse your computer to select location where the file is saved in. So if you save your file in your document section, you can click on document and you have access to your document folder. Select your file and click on open. If it's in your desktop section, you click on your desktop, you select the file and it will open, and you click on open. Alright, here you have the info section. This is going to tell you everything about your file. As you can see, we have a page, words, we have 0. So if I go back to my documents and I decide to type, I'm just going to type a random text. I'm going to use a formula equal to rand, and I'm going to open and close a bracket. Inside the bracket, I'm going to have, I need 3 paragraphs. Each paragraph I want 5 lines, and I'm going to hit my enter key to get this. So this is how you generate random text in Microsoft Word. So if I go back to my file and go to my info section, you can see I have words, 239 words and just 1 page. So if I go back again and copy, Ctrl C to copy text and Ctrl V to paste, and I'll keep on pasting. Now I'm on page 2. As you can see right here, page 2 of 2. So if I go back to my info section, I'm going to have 2 pages here right now. Suppose under pages, supposed to have 2 pages. Yes, as you can see it, 2 pages, and I have number of words. Total editing time 6 minutes, and title, no title, tag, no tag, and so on. Comment, no comment. So basically, what info we give you is information about your document. Also, you can protect your document from info. So if I click here, you can encrypt with password. So if you click on this, it's going to allow you to enter password to protect your document, so that if anybody wants to access your document, is going to prompt them to enter a password before seeing your document or before editing or formatting your document. Save and save as. If you are using save as, if you are saving for the first time, you use save as. If you want to change a document name, you can also use save as. But for subsequent savings, you use save or Ctrl S. So if I click on save as, it's going to take me to where I want to save my document. So I can save my document on my computer by clicking on this PC. If I click on this PC, all the locations or all the folders on my system will be available for me. So I can click on document. If I click on document, it's going to take me to this box, to this dialog box, and this is the file type, and I can now put the name of my file. So I can just type tons and select the location, document, and click on save. So if I go back to my backstage view or my start screen and go to save as again, I can decide to click on browse to select any location within my system. I can decide to select desktop and save my file, or select any other location. After you select your location, you put the name of the document and you click on save, and it's going to save your work. If I want to change the name of my file, I can use save as well. So if I click on save as, it brings me to this location. I can browse, select the location I want to save now on my desktop, change the name. The name right now is tons. I can change it to media, and I've changed the document name. So it's going to also reserve the whole name. As you can see in the recent, I have tons and I have media. So I have two documents with the same name. Okay, but if I update this document right now, if I update this document here by inserting a shape, go to my insert, click on shape, I just select the shape and draw it right here. I draw the shape right here. I can use Ctrl S to update this document, or click on save to update the document. Don't forget to use save as if you are saving for the first time, or if you want to change your document name, and you use save for subsequent saving. Let's talk about print. We are still on the start screen or the backstage view. If you click on print, you have access to the print section. Here you have your print preview, and down here you have page 2 of 2. So if you have up to 10 pages, you're going to have it right here. With this arrow, you can go forward or backward. If I want to go to page 2 to see my document, I can go to page 2 and back to page 1. So if you have pages, you have 5, 10 pages, 100 pages, you can actually use this arrow to check for all of your pages. Now, if you want to print more than one copy, and you want to print this copy, you want to print 5 copies, just click to change or to type the number of copies that you want. I'm going to leave it as 1. And the next thing that you're going to do is to select your printer. Before selecting your printer, make sure your printer is connected to your system unit. Once your printer is connected to your system unit, come over here and select the printer. The printer will be available here, and you will see ready. If you see the name of your printer and you see ready, it means you can select it. And the printer, after selecting your printer, you can go to printer properties and adjust what you have here. So landscape is going to make your document to be in horizontal form, while portrait will make a document to be in vertical form, just like what you see in this preview. If I click on landscape, it's going to make it horizontal. If I click on portrait, it makes it vertical. Now here under the settings, the first setting that you have is print all pages. If you want to print the whole document, if you have 20 pages, you want to print the whole of the 20, 10 pages, you want to print the whole of the 10, you're going to leave this setting. But if you want to print current page, you want to
print only current page or page 1, or if your current page is page 2 and that is what you want to print, you select current page and it's going to print just that page. Let's say you have 10 pages and you want to print pages 7 to 8. You select custom print and you type the pages that you want to print. Let's say page 7 to 8, and it's going to print just page 7 to 8. Now let's say you want to print page 4, page 6 and page 7. It's going to print just that pages. So that is what you do with custom print. We have print one-sided. If you select print one-sided, it's going to print normally. It means it's going to print on one side of your paper. But if you want to print on both sides of your paper, you can select manually print on both sides of your paper. This depends on the printer that you are using. Some printer automatically turn the paper and print on the other side, while some printer you have to do the turning yourself. Collated. If you are working with a large document and you want to print pages 1, 2, 3, you can select this. If you want to print page 1 3 times, page 2 thrice, page 3 3 times, you can select this. Page orientation, I've already explained this. You can click on page orientation if you want your printer to be in landscape orientation, that is horizontal rather. Landscape, horizontal, you select this. As you can see in the preview, if you want it vertical or straight, you can select portrait, as you can see in the preview. The next is paper size. If you click here, you see all the paper size available. The most common one is letter and A4. So it depends on what you are printing and the printer you are using. If you are printing on A4 paper, you click on A4. If it is letter, you click on letter. So it depends on the printer and the paper size you are printing on. I'm going to select A4. A4 is common, right? A4 is common here. Then you can also adjust your margin setting right here, right under the print section. So you click on margin. Margins are just spaces that you have outside your work, outside your document. These spaces like this: top, bottom, left and right. So right here, if I click on narrow, you can see that the space outside my document becomes smaller. If I go to my margin again and select wide, you can see that the space is bigger or wider. Select again and you have other options, but I'm going to leave it as normal margin. The last under settings is, are you printing on 1 page or 2 pages or 4 pages? Now I have 2 pages. If I want to print these 2 pages on one sheet, I can click on this and it's going to print this document, these 2 pages on just one sheet of paper. So it means page 1 is, if I choose landscape orientation, of course it's going to print it on landscape orientation. If I'm having to print it just like what you have here in this preview, you can see my page 1 right here and my second page right here. So if you are printing 2 pages on one sheet, you select this option. If you are printing 4 pages on one sheet, select this option, and so on and so forth. But you have to be very careful so that your work will be readable. So that is all about our print section. If you click on share and you can share your document with people. If you click on email, it's going to you can share your work with people by sending it as an attachment, or send it as PDF or XPS, or send as internet fax. So if you are sending as an attachment, if you click on this, it's going to tell you to set up your Outlook account. Like I said, if you have Microsoft Outlook, it works like your normal email account, like Google Mail, Yahoo Mail. If you have Microsoft Outlook account, you set it up, and you'll be allowed, you will be, and you can send your document to other people using Gmail, Yahoo Mail, Outlook Mail, and so on and so forth. So if I click under my share, you can share with people with email. You can even post to blog directly. So if you have a WordPress blog, you can post to your blog. So it supports them. They support some blog platform. So if I click on post to blog, and it's going to, as you can see here, register a blog account. You can register a blog account, and it's going to tell you the blog that is supported. You can see, choose your blog provider. You have Typepad, Intelligent Community, WordPress is common, and you have others. So if you are posting your Word document directly to your blog. Okay, here we have export. So if you want to save your file as PDF or XPS, you can use this option. You can change your file type to plain text or to rich text format. Now, to convert your file to PDF or even a JPEG, an image file, you can use Save As. If you go to Save As and you go to Browse, you have Save As Type. If you click here, you're going to have other options that you can save your document in. So you can save it in PDF, as you can see plain text right here. So if you select PDF, this document will be saved as PDF. Alright, so you can also do that under export by just clicking on create PDF, and you can see automatically you have PDF right here. You just click on publish, and it will automatically turn this document to PDF document. Alright, now we have close, so you can close this file. You can click on don't save. So I'm going to before I finish this section, this first lesson about your start screen or the backstage view, I want to talk about these three sections down here: account, feedback, and options. If you click on your account, you're going to see everything about your Microsoft accounts. You have tonsmedia@outlook.com, all the packages that are within your Office application. Then also, apart from that, you can change Office background. If I click on this and I run my mouse across all of these, at the top here you're going to see changes. So I'm going to leave it as calligraphy. You can also change your Office theme. Right now I'm in dark gray. If I select colorful, as you can see, it becomes colorful. If I select black, you can see the black screen. If I select white, you see the white. So I'm going to leave it as dark gray. And so the next is feedback. If you click on feedback will allow you to, if you like something, you send a smile. If you don't like something, send a frown. If you have suggestion, you send a suggestion. But your system must be connected for this to work. The last thing here is options. If you click on options, there are so many things you can do in options. So one of the things you can do is to customize your ribbon. So if I click on customize ribbon, and ribbon are the section that you have all your major tools. So right here, these are popular commands. You can go to all commands, and you're going to see all the commands that are available in Microsoft Word. So if, for example, under my home tab, there is a command missing, probably there's a superscript missing right here. But let me see if there's any command missing here. I have all my commands. Let's say there's or maybe I want to just remove the subscript command. So I can go to my menu, my main tab. I have all of my tab here. So I will go to my home. Here is my home, and under my home I want to go to font command group, and under my font command group I have these superscript. I have superscript right here under this. So if there is a command that I want to add here, I can add. But if I want to remove, I can go to my font right here and click on superscript. This is superscript, and remove the command. Here I will just click on remove. Also you can add more commands to your quick access toolbar. So if you use a particular command often, you can add it to your quick access toolbar. So let me look for, if I use cut or copy often, so I can actually click on copy and add it to my quick access toolbar. As you can see it here, and after adding it, you can see I can remove it as well. I can remove it. Okay, so apart from customized ribbon quick access toolbar, you have proofing as well. So proofing will help you with autocorrect option. Now let's say I have email here. Anytime I type email, I want it to just type my full name, Emmanuel Adefolajo. If I click on replace and click yes, click OK. If I go back to my document and I type email with a space, it's going to replace it with Emmanuel Adefolajo. Okay, so that is all about our start screen or backstage view. In the next tutorial, we are going to learn about the Microsoft Word environment. We are going to talk about the quick access toolbar. We're going to talk about the title bar and all the different sections that we have in Microsoft Word environment. If you are yet to subscribe to my channel, please subscribe, like, and comment. See you in the next lesson. Thank you.
Welcome to lesson 2 of my Microsoft Word Complete tutorial. In this lesson, we'll be discussing Microsoft Word environment. Like in the previous lesson, if you want to open Microsoft Word, type in the search bar and Microsoft Word. You're going to click on the version that you have on your system. Now, once you click on blank documents, you are going to see this environment. Now, the first thing at the top here is what is referred to as Quick Access Toolbar. Now, in the Quick Access Toolbar, you have tools that you use often, like Save, you have Undo, and you have Redo. You also have here Print, Preview, and Print. Now, if you want to add more tools to the Quick Access Toolbar, you can right-click on any of these tools in this command group. If I want to add bold, for example, you can right-click on bold, and you're going to see Add to Quick Access Toolbar. We have bold right here. You can right-click as well to remove from Quick Access Toolbar. If you want to add Format Painter, right-click and click on Add to Quick Access Toolbar. As you can see, it's right here. You can right-click to also remove it from Quick Access Toolbar. Now, you can change the position of your Quick Access Toolbar. Right now, it's at the top. You can click on this arrow, and over here you click on Show Below the Ribbon. So if you click show below the ribbon, it's going to move your quick access toolbar below the ribbon. This space at the top here is referred to as the ribbon. So I'm going to click again and click on show above the ribbon. Now the next thing I want to show us is this section right here. This is referred to as a title bar. This is where the title of your document will be displayed. So if I save this document right here, it's going to change from document 1 to whatever name the document that I'm going to name the document. So if I go to my file and click on save as and select a location on my system, I'm going to save it on the desktop and give it Tons Media. Tons Media, and I'm going to click on save. I'm going to click on save, select a location. I'm just going to give it IMA1 and click on desktop and click on save. Now as you can see, you have IMA1 here. So if you save your document, the name of your document will appear at the top here. So we call this title bar. The next one here is my account, my Outlook account. If you are using lower version, you might not have access to this, but this is Outlook account. And over here you have ribbon display options. Ribbon display option, you can auto hide ribbon, you can show tabs, and command. If you click on show tabs and command, you're going to have this. If you click on show tabs, it's not going to show the commands. So sometimes if you open your Word and it's showing you something like this without showing you the command group, all you need to do is to come right here in the display option and select show tabs and commands. You can also auto hide ribbon. If you click on auto hide ribbon, your screen is going to be like this, but if you move your mouse up here and you click, you're going to see your ribbon. But I'm going to change this to show tabs and commands. Here you have minimize, maximize, and close. If you click on minimize, this minus is going to bring you down to your taskbar. I'm going to click it again. If you click on maximize, it's going to adjust the size of the Microsoft Word environment, and if you click on this, it's going to close the entire document. If you are yet to save, it's going to prompt you to save. If you click, it closes because I already saved the document. That's that about the top section of our ribbon. Now the next section of the ribbon is where you have the tabs. You have file, home, insert, draw, design, layout, references, and so on. So if you click on each tab, you're going to have access to command groups. Now under home, you have the clipboard command group, font command group, paragraph command group, and you have style command group, and you have editing right here. So if we click on insert, you have command group as well. If you click on draw, you have command group. Design, you have command group as well. Now this is your work area, this is your document area in Microsoft Word. This is where you type. This is where you type in Microsoft Word. You can type, you can click on bold, increase. So this is your work area, this is your workspace. Now you can customize your Microsoft Word environment. If you want to customize your Microsoft Word environment, you go to View, and you can check the ruler to bring in ruler, so that you can use ruler to adjust your margin.
Then also, you can also enable navigation pane. If you enable navigation pane will allow you to navigate through your documents, especially if you are working with a large document. If I type, I'm going to generate random text. I will press equal to type rand, open and close a bracket. Inside my bracket, I need 8 paragraphs, and each paragraph I want 10 lines. I'm going to hit the enter key to generate a random text. Now, working with this text, I can search within my document in this navigation bar. If I type design, for example, it's going to highlight all the word that all the lines we design, as you can see. Also, if I go to pages, it's going to show me the number of pages that I have. So you can navigate through your document by enabling the navigation bar or the navigation pane. We also have grid lines. So basically, you have your ruler and you have your navigation pane. So that is all about customizing your Microsoft Word environment. At the bottom, you have word count. As you can see right here, you have 1,275 words. Over here, you have different view. Right now, we are in print layout view. Here, you have read mode. Here, you have web layout. You have access to it right here under view as well. You have the read mode. On read mode, you're going to have it like this. So I'm going to click back on print layout. That is the most common or the default. Then over here you have zoom. So you can zoom out and you can zoom in. Then you have the scroll bar. You can scroll down and you can scroll up, or you can use your keyboard to scroll up and scroll down by pressing the arrow keys. So that will be all for this tutorial. This tutorial we've discussed Microsoft Word environment. We've discussed the quick access toolbar, the title bar, then the section here. We discussed about the ribbon display option and also the various tabs that we have within Microsoft Word, and also the different command groups. And also we look at how to customize your Word environments by going to view, and you can turn on the ruler or turn off the ruler. You can turn on navigation pane or turn off navigation pane. Thank you for watching. See you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to learn about all the tabs that you have in Microsoft Word, like the Home tab, the Insert tab, the Draw tab, and so on. We'll be looking at each command group within the tab. If you click on Home, you have the clipboard, the font, the paragraph, and so on command group. If you click Insert, you have various command group within Insert as well. So the first one we want to look at is the clipboard. Within the clipboard, you have cut, copy, format painter, and paste. Now, if I'm going to generate a random text to explain this clipboard command group. So to generate a random text, you click on equal to, type equal to rather, and type rand, open a bracket, type the number of paragraph. I need 3 paragraphs, put comma, and the lines that you have within each paragraph. So I want 5 lines in each paragraph. I'm going to close the bracket and hit the enter key. And here is my text. So if I copy the first paragraph
highlight the first paragraph rather. To copy, you need to highlight first. And you can highlight a complete paragraph by clicking 3 times. 1, 2, 3. You can see the whole paragraph is highlighted. If you want to highlight a word, you can click twice. If you click twice, you see that this word is highlighted. So I'm going to click 3 times, or you can just use your mouse to drag through the paragraph to copy it. Now, to highlight it rather, the next thing is you have cut. Cut means to move. So if I cut this content, it's going to move it from this, position. So I'm going to click on cut. As you can see, the content is no longer there. So I'm going to put it right here, and I'll click on paste. As you can see, it's right here. So, but if I highlight again and click on copy, copy is used to duplicate. If you click on copy, you still have your content right here. It's going to put it inside the clipboard. If I click on this arrow, I'm going to see my clipboard, and you see everything that you have copied. So it's going to put it inside the clipboard, and you can paste from the clipboard by double clicking. But your cursor must be in the position that you want to paste your copied content. So I'm going to double click this to paste, or you can just click on paste to paste the content. So that is cut and copy. Now let's look at Format Painter. Format Painter, if I click insert, I apply bold, I increase the font to 14 and change the color right here to this color. Now you can use Format Painter to actually copy the format that you use in this particular words and apply it to other words within the document. So if I click or Format Painter, I can highlight this change and apply the same format. It's going to apply the same format that you have here, as in bold. Then the font size, you can see this is 14. If I click here, it's 14. So instead of you highlighting this word and go to your font to click bold and increase the font and all of that, you can just use the Format Painter to apply similar format that you have from the one that you copied the format from. So, but if you want to use Format Painter on multiple words, you need to double click. So I'm going to double click on Format Painter so that I can apply it on multiple words. So I'm going to apply it on provide, apply it on document, apply it on different galleries, and so on and so forth. So if you are applying the format that you are copying from a word to another word, you can just click. But if you are applying to multiple sections within your document, you can double click, to get that. So I'm going to click on Escape key to leave the Format Painter. So anything you copy is going to be placed inside the clipboard. So if I go to my insert and go to shapes, if I draw this, right here, and I copy this, you can also right click and click on copy. It's going to put it inside the clipboard. So whatever you copy is going to be inside the clipboard. So you can double click from the clipboard to paste it, wherever you want to paste it. But make sure your cursor is in the position that you want to paste it. So that is all about clipboard command. Now let's move on to font. I've already used some of these tools within this font command group. So we have a font. I can type, I'm going to type computer is an electronic machine. Computer is an electronic machine. Now you can apply bold to this. You can see make your text bold. Like you click, you have italic. It italicize your text, so it's going to kind of create an emphasis on your text. It's going to make it to be different from other contents. Let's say you want to emphasize on this word, smart art graphics. You can click on it and you can see it's different from the other text. So here you have underline. You have to highlight first. I'm going to, if you want to take the outer the italic or the bold of your text, you can click on it. As you can see, if you click on it, it's going to go away. If I click on bold again, it's going to go away. If I click on bold, it's going to apply bold. Click on it again, it's going to take it off. So the next we have is underline. If you click on the line, it's going to apply underline to your text. We have different lines that you can use. If you click on this arrow, it's going to show you all the lines that you can apply. So if you want to click this, and also you can change your underline color. If you come down here, you can see underline color and apply this particular color as your line color right here. You have more underline. If you click on more underlines, and you can select more options. Okay, so the next is strike through. Now strike through is also interesting. Let's say you are into business and the original price of your product is 2,000, and now you want to give discount, and you want to remove some amount and you want to sell it for 1,500. So you can use you can say, okay, this is original price, but right now you are doing promo, you can get it for 1,500. So you can just strike through this 2,000 like this and say, okay, this is not the price right now, but if you can pay this within 7 days or within 3 days, you get that product. Now you use strike through for other thing within your document or within your design, but majorly if you put your cursor on this, cross something out by drawing a line through it. We have subscript and superscript, so you can use this in mathematics. So if I have 2x 2, I'm going to increase this. So I'm going to highlight this 2. Once I highlight the 2, I can bring it down or take it up. That's 2x to power 2. So I can click again to normalize my cursor. If my cursor is right here, anything you type is going to be at the top, at the superscript, as you can see. But for you to return to normal, you click on it again and it gives you your normal cursor size based on your font size. Okay, so I'm going to type log 2 and I'm going to highlight the 2 and send the 2 down. That is subscript. Now there are other ways you can use this, but basically just to explain what subscript and superscript is. Now the next I want to explain is you have your font style. So if you are typing and you highlight your text, now by default in the design, this is set. If you go to fonts under design, the office default is Calibri Light. So if you come here under your home and you click on this, you're going to see Calibri Light as default. Alright, but you can change your font. You can change the font style. You can use Arial Black, you can see, and you can use other font size. Right here you can increase your font size. Another way to increase your font size is using this increase font size. If you keep increasing, and you have decrease font size as well, keep decreasing. And here you have your text effect and typography. So you can apply different effects to your text. Once you highlight the text, you can apply different effects to it. You can change the outline, or you can apply no outline to your text. I can change the outline of the text to, I'm going to select this. Then you can also change the text. Basically, you are formatting them. Your text can apply glow. You have reflection and so on and so forth. So it depends on your creativity, or how you want your heading or your title to look like. To look like. So the other one is here you have text highlight color. Now, just like if you are reading a book and then you come across an important word that you want to commit to your memory, you highlight it with an highlighter. So in Word, if I want to highlight this particular document coordinated, maybe the word is important and I don't want to forget. If I'm going through my document, I can use this, and then you have other colors that you can use. But you have to highlight it. And also the way it works for your format painter, once you click on it, you can use it on other word or sentence within your document. So basically, to highlight, make your text pop by highlighting it in a bright color. Then the next one is font color. So I'm going to clear all the formats that I have. You can press escape. I'm going to clear all the format that I have here. So by just pressing Ctrl A or highlighting everything, Ctrl A will help me to highlight all the content within my document. So I'm going to move to this area, and you can see clear all formatting. Remove all formatting from the section, leaving only the normal unformatted text. So I'm going to click on this, and it's going to clear all my formatting, as you can see. So you're going to clear all the formatting. Okay, so now what I want to do right now is the font color. If I highlight this and I click on this arrow, I can change my font color to any color of my choice. Let me increase that. You can see that the color is no longer black. So that is that about the font. This font section is very important. The next is paragraph. So anything that has to do with your with paragraph within Microsoft Word, this should take care of it. So the first thing I want us to look at is alignment. Right here you have align left, you have to the center, you have to the right, and you have justify. So I'm going to highlight the word computer, and if I want to align to the center, I just click the center. If I want to align to right, I align to right. This is useful if you are typing a letter. Now, if you are typing a letter with two addresses, and I can just type, let me just type something, living at 12 Cook Street, 12 Cook Street, Egbeda, Lagos. Now, if this is my address, I can highlight this and send it to the right, and click enter right here. Send my cursor back to left, and can now type to the manager, IPP group, and you can hit your enter key and type the title. If this is a proposal for coding, you can highlight this and send this to the center. And you can continue typing. You send this to the left and continue typing. Okay, so that's how you use alignment. You have justify. If I align this document and I apply justify to this, is going to give it equal margin space to the left, to the right, and to the top and the bottom. So that is justify. So you see, distribute your text evenly between the margins. Justify text gives your document clean, crisp edge, so it looks more polished. So that is justify. And if you put your cursor on any of these tools, you can read through the how to use this tool. So the next is line spacing, line and paragraph spacing. So if you look at the first line and the second line, there's a space between them. So if you want to increase the space between the first and second line, highlight. You can highlight the first and second line, or I will highlight the entire paragraph and go to line spacing, and the default is 1.0. I can increase it to 2 points. You can see the gap has increased. So I'm going to return it to 1.0. Now the other thing you can do is shading. So if you click right here, we have shading. So you can apply any of this color to give your paragraph or a particular text some kind of background. Alright, so if you read under it, change the color behind the selected text, paragraph, or table cell. This is especially useful when you want information to jump off the page. Okay, so that's what you use for that. Then here we have borders. So if you click on this arrow, you have different types of border that you can apply to your document. So to this paragraph, you can apply all border. It's going to put it you're going to apply border to the paragraph. All border. You can see outside border as well. Inside border is not showing because the data is not looking like a table. So you can apply left border. You can see the line at the left. On the left, top border, you can see the line at the top. Bottom border, you can see the line at the bottom. And also, if you want to apply border to the entire page, you can just go to border and shading. If you click on border and shading, this dialog box is going to appear, and you can click on page border and select any of these options. Select the line that you want to use, and if you click, if you're applying it to the entire document or this section alone, you apply it to the whole document or just only first page. I'm going to select first page, so I'm going to click OK. So you can see the line, the border line around my first page. You can see on the second page no border. All right, so then I will go back to my border and shading. Also, you can use a heart. As you can see, if you go to page border, you see heart. So you can click on any of these hearts to use in your border. So you can reduce it from here. If it's too big, you can reduce it. From the preview, you should see how it will come out. So if you click OK, you're going to have it. All right, so I'm going to go back to the border shading, and okay, I'm just going to leave it because I want to just click on none. But if you don't want border, you can just select none and click OK. So it's going to be out. Sorry, you have to click page border actually. So you click page border, select none, and click OK. Is going to take it out. So that's how to apply border. So now I will go to the top, talking about list. So if I'm going to use this data right here. So I have input devices. If I highlight, I can click on this arrow to select the bullet that I want. This is bullet library right here. So I'm going to select this, and you have different levels. So this is the first level of list. So let's under mouse, I have a mechanical mouse, so I can hit on the tab key to send it to second level list. Under mouse, I have mechanical mouse, and also I can hit the tab key. If I don't want to hit the tab key, you can select this. You can see this is to the left and this is to the right. So I'm going to select this to push it to second list. So my keyboard, monitor, so I can come right here too and select this to push this to second list. The monitor, we have flash screen. Then also we have a other level apart from first and second level. So right here, if I have under wireless, if I have automatic, so I can push automatic under wireless to be third level. You can hit the tab or you click this as well. So this is how to create a professional list. So I can also send it back by clicking on decrease indent. You see? So that is how to use list. So I'm going to undo everything. So if you highlight your list again, you can use number. You can use numbering. So if I click on this arrow, you have different types of numbering that you can make use of. So you have these number alignment to the right. You have a number alignment to the left, and so on. So then you have this as well. So you have so many options. You have a multi-level list right here. So you can select this, and if I move to another level by hitting my tab, you can see it's now A. Because if you look at the preview, the one under multi-level list, I selected this. My first is going to be 1, as you can see. Then you have A. Then if I also push this to the second level by hitting my tab, you are going to have B. So that is that about list.
Within the paragraph, you can also perform sorting. If I highlight on these input devices and you click on sort, if I click OK, it's going to sort alphabetically. As you can see, this is F, K, M, W. So you can also perform sorting within your paragraph text. Let's look at the options again. You can see sort by paragraph, or you can sort by heading or field. You have a type, which is text. You can sort number and date as well. You can sort in ascending and descending order. So ascending, you are sorting from A to Z. Descending, you are sorting from Z to A. So if you have selected all of the options, you can click OK to sort. So if you have date, you can sort your date as well. Now the last tool here, or the last command here, is show and hide command. So if you click on this command, it's going to reveal or show all spaces that you have, and all where you have different characters that are not that are unprintable, that will not be printed. Is going to reveal all the paragraph, all the characters to you. And also for you to have, before you print, it is good to enable this to check your document where space is needed. And if for example I hit this, it's going to show this, so you know that okay, wow, you are leaving one space in between each paragraph. Now it's going to reveal to you that you have two spaces here, so you can actually delete. You can delete a space to make your document uniform. So sometimes before you print your document, it is good to enable show or hide tool or command to be able to see if every part of your document is okay. So as you can see right here, so if I click and enter, it's going to show that I have extra space, and I can delete that. So if I go to my print preview, it's not going to be printed. This is my print preview, as you can see. So it is not here. So its major work is just to show you all the hidden part of your document, the parts that won't be printed, if there's any correction that you need to make. And you can also turn this off. You can turn it on or turn it off. If you go to options, you go to options, and under display you can see paragraph marks. So you can enable paragraph marks or disable paragraph marks. So sometimes you are working on a document and you are seeing this on the particular document, that even though you click on this, it's not going to go away. Some of you might have experienced this. So what you need to do is to go to your options and go to your display and turn it off. Click OK. So once you turn it off and you click this, it's going to go away. So that is that about paragraph. And the next lesson I want us to talk about is styles. Styles. Now we have different styles. So you have a normal style, you have heading 1, heading 2, and so on. If you click on this arrow, and you have more options, so you can even create your own style. You can create your own style. If you look at create a style, you see create a style based on the formatting of the selected text. You will store your signature look in the style gallery. So basically this style has a unique font style and also font size, and basically it has a unique formatting commands. So if I highlight this, for example, if I make video my title here, and I also make click insert my title. If I make to change my title, I make a video my title here. Now I want to apply the same style to all of my titles. So I can click on heading 1. I will highlight this, click on heading 1 as well. I will highlight this and click on heading 1. I will highlight the video and click on heading 1. So this makes your document to be consistent, because if I highlight this now, you see that I have 16 and I have a Calibri light, and you know, everything is the same. The second edit too is having, you know, the same formatting style. If I highlight this, it's the same formatting style. So it gives your document a unique look. And also, if you click on this, you can actually hide the content under this. I can click this as well, click this, and click this. So all of my contents are right under each of the. So all of my contents are right under each of these headings. So if I click on this, I'm going to have my content bar. Click on this, you see what I have under it, and this. So now, apart from this is also useful if you are trying to create table of content. Now let's say I want to have my table of content here, and I have all of my heading. I can even type in front of this. I can type section 1. I can also type in front of this section 2. I can type in front of this section 3. And I have section 4. If I want to create a table of content at the top here, what I can do is to go to my references and click on table of content. If I click on table of content, I'm going to select any one here. I'm going to select the first one, and automatically it's going to create my table of content because I made use of header, made use of style in each of my header or title. So that's one of the function of your styles. So it will make creating table of content easier. Now you can create a customized style, and we are going to do that now and save it. So if I click on this arrow right here, you can see create a style. Create a style. I'm going to name it my style. So I'm going to have it my style, and I'm going to click OK. So, and you can apply that style to your to any content that you want to apply it. So let me see, I'm going to do this provide a powerful. As you can see my style here, if I click on this, it's going to give me the exact style I have here, but I can modify by just right clicking on this. I can click on modify. If you click on modify, you can now change your, I can increase this to 18, I can change this to Times New Roman, I can apply bold to it, I can even change the color to any color that I want, and I click OK, and you see that the style has changed. So everything about the style has changed. So you can see 18 right here, and this one I'm going to highlight it and put heading 1 style to it. So you can actually create a new style. You can create your own style. You can even edit too. Heading 1, modify. You can modify heading 1. You can rename it or remove it. So that is how to use your style. Now the last section in the home tab is find. Now if you are looking for any word within your document, you can click on find, or just go to navigation. If you go to view, enable navigation pane. So if I click on the word video, and I hit my enter key, it's going to show me where I have video in all of my document. Okay, I will click back my home and replace. So if I want to replace, find video, then replace it with movie. So if I type movie and I click on replace, all the places I have video is going to replace with movie. Okay, so you can use replace all. Is going to replace all with movie. So if I go to my find and type video, I'm not going to see video again within my document. As you can see, I have movie now. I've replaced movie with video. Alright, so here you have select. So you can select all, or you can use Ctrl A to select all, or you just come here and click on select all. So you can select object, and also you can select pane. So selection pane here. So you have show all, hide all, and so on. So that is that about the home tab. So in the home tab, we've talked about the clipboard, the font, we've talked about the paragraph, and we've talked about the style, and also the editing section of your home tab. So if you're enjoying this video so far, I want to encourage you to subscribe, like, and share our content with other people. So the next tab I'm going to be talking about is the insert tab. Welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, we'll be talking about the insert tab. If you click on the insert tab, you have some command groups that you can work with. The first is pages. Under pages, you have cover page. If you click on this arrow, you're going to see
options of cover pages that we have in this version of Microsoft Word. If you are creating an handout and you need a front page, you can use any of these cover pages. If I click on this one, for example, I can put my document or my handout title. If it's about Microsoft Excel, I'm going to type Microsoft Excel. Then I'm going to move down. My name automatically is here. I can put my company name and address right here. So I have my company name and address. So I'm going to type, just click on type, Futurist, and I'm going to put my address right here, Lagos, Nigeria. Then your front cover is ready. So if you go to insert and you click on cover page, you can select any of this cover page. If you scroll down, you have more examples, and you have more cover pages from office.com. Then you can also remove current cover page. If I go to more cover pages from office.com, you're going to see more examples, but your system must be connected to have access to this. So we have this one and this one right here. If I click on this, I can change this image right here. Now it's showing my name automatically because I'm signed in into Microsoft Outlook. So I can change this image by right clicking. If you right click on this image, you're going to see change picture. You can change picture from, get a picture from online or from a file. So if I click from online, if you are using the latest version, you're going to see that feature. But if you are using old version, you might not have access to that picture. So to online picture, you can just go to bing.com or Google to get your image. So I'm going to select any of this and click insert. It's going to replace my image with the new image I selected. So that's how you can create your cover page. Also, if you finish typing a page and you need a blank page, you can click on blank page. It's going to give you a blank page at the top. As you can see, this was my first page before. When I click on blank page, it gave me blank page at the top. You can also have page break. If you are typing a content and you need the other content to move to another page, you can insert a page break right here, and the other content is going to move to another page, as you can see right here. So if I undo by pressing Ctrl Z, my cursor was here. I want to move section 3 to a new page, so I'm going to click on page break. So it's going to insert a page break, send the other content to a new page. Now the next thing I want us to talk about is the command group here, referred to as table. On the table you have table. You can use table to achieve a lot in Microsoft Word. If you click on this arrow, You can create your table by just selecting your rows and column right here. So let's assume I need 4 rows and I need 5 column and 4 rows. So I'm going to do this and I'm going to click. So columns are the vertical section of your table. The vertical section of your table are columns. The horizontal section of your table are rows. The horizontal section of your table are rows. So that is one way to create your table. So if I want to delete my table, I can right click and click delete table. So I'll go back to my insert. Another way to insert your table is to come down here and click the insert table. If you click the insert table, it's going to ask you for number of columns. So I'm going to reduce it, or you can type directly. If I want 3 columns or 4 columns, you can just type. So I'm going to type 3, or let me type 4 columns. The number of rows, I'm going to leave it at 3 rows, or let's make it 5 rows. Let me leave it as 3 rows. I'm going to click OK, and here is my table. So I can start typing, within the table. So if I'm working on something like products, I can type my product, and here I can have January, February, March, and I need one more column. So if you need one more column, so what you need is to add one column to your table. So we can do that so many ways. If I put my mouse here and I move it to the top and it's showing me this plus, once you click on the plus, it's going to add column, as you can see. So if I want to add row, okay, so once you move your mouse towards the last line, you move your mouse towards the last line, you're going to see this plus. You can click to add additional row to your table. If you move your mouse towards this line as well, towards this last line, you can click to add your row. Or another way to do that is to right click. If you right click, you go to insert, and you can insert row above or below. You can also insert column to the left or to the right. Now you can delete column as well. If I go to delete cell, it's going to ask me, am I deleting an entire row or entire column? I'm going to select delete entire column, and that will go away. So alright, so over here I'm going to put my total. I'm going to put my total there. Then January, I'm going to put mouse. Okay, as under my products, I'm going to put keyboard here. Keyboard. Here I'm going to put printer. And here I'm going to put monitor. So here I'm going to put 2000 naira. Here to 5. Okay, so my table is ready. So this is how you create table in Microsoft Word. So you can highlight the table by clicking on this button right here. As you can see at the top here, if you click here, your table is highlighted, or you can just highlight it yourself like this. So if you, anytime you create table, you're going to have additional tabs at the top. You're going to have the layer tab, and you have your design, your table design tab. So under your table design tab, you can you have a head row. If I remove this head row, and you have table style options right here, and you have table style. You can select different style. If you click on this arrow here, you have more style that you can work with. You can modify your table style. You can create a new table style. So, but this is the default one. If I select this, I can click on this again. That's my default. You have shading options, theme shading. You can decide to shade inside of your table like this, and you have a border style. You can decide to use a double line border for your table, and you have pen color. If the pen is selected, you can select pen color right here. So basically you can draw line within your table using your pen, something like that. And you can add more lines to your table or border. You have all borders, you have inside borders, as you can see. So here you can format your table the way you want it. Okay, so if I go to my layout, I have other options as well. You have a draw table. If you click on draw table, like what I was trying to do the other time, you can just draw a line right here. So this is going to create another column, for you to type in. So you can delete table here. You can erase. You can decide to erase this portion of the table. You can erase this portion of the table. So it depends on what you have in mind. I just undo that. It depends on what you have in mind. So, but here you have more options to edit your table. So here you have view grid, you have property, you have insert rows and column. There are other ways you can do this. You can right click. You're going to see the option of insert right here. You can insert rows above. You can insert rows below. Like I said, the horizontal section is referred to as row, while the vertical section is referred to as column. So under monitor, I can decide under this. I can decide to add a row. Like I said, you click on this plus, it's going to add row. If I click on this plus, it's going to add another row. So you can decide to come up here under your layout and insert row below. Insert a row below, and it's going to insert that. You can insert row above. It's going to do that. Also column. So if I come right here and I can click on this plus to insert additional column, or I can just come right here to insert row to the right. All right. So you can do all of that here. We have split cells. You have split table. Autofill. You can adjust your height, your table, your cell height. So this is what is referred to as cell. You can adjust that, and you have other options that you can work with: text direction, cell margin, and convert to text. So this table right here can be converted to text. So once you align this table and you click convert to text, and it's going to ask you use tab or comma. So I'm going to leave it as tab. Click OK. It's going to convert this to text. So as you can see, This is test right now. So you can type your table. If you have a text like this, you can actually convert it to table back. So if I highlight this text, and I go to my table, I can click convert text to table. You know, the other one, I click convert table to text. I can click on convert text to table and click OK. So it's going to convert it back to table. So that's under layout. You see, convert to text. So it's going to remove all the line so that all the content you have here is going to be table. So we have formula in Microsoft Word under table, so you can use formula as well. If I click on formula, let's say I want to calculate my total and I don't want to do it in Excel, I want to do it in Microsoft Word. I can click, then as you can see, sum to the left. So but this is okay, it's going to pick the sum of all the content I have on the left. So I'm going to number of formats, I'm going to leave this, then paste function, I'm going to leave it as sum. So you can do other functions here, average, count, conditionals, and so on. So I'm going to click OK, and it's going to give me addition of what I have here. 2000 plus 2005 is 45, plus 15 is 6000. So if I click here and I go to formula also, and this time around is telling me above here that it's going to take the sum above. So but I want it to take it left, so I'm going to change this to left. I'm going to change this to left. But the best place to do your calculation is Excel, is Microsoft Excel. So if you check within my channel, you have a full tutorial on Microsoft Excel. So if I click here as well, go to formula, it's still telling me above. I'm going to change it to left, and click OK to do my calculation. Do the same thing here, change it to left, click OK, and I have my total. So that's how to calculate sum in Microsoft Word. So you can do average as well. If you come right here, you're going to see average, count, and if you go down, you see more function, max, minimum. You have product, which is multiplication, and you have sum, true. So you can do this basic mathematical function within Microsoft Word without going to Microsoft Excel. So let me say I have a product right here. I will use my tab key on my keyboard, and I'm going to have January. I'm going to use my tab key again, and I have a February. Select my tab key, okay, to put my total. Hit the enter key, then I have my mouse. I use my tab key, and I have 1000. Use the tab key, I have 500. My tab, I have 1000. Hit the enter key, then I have keyboard. Use the tab key. Here I have 15. The tab key again, 1000. The tab key, I have 2000. Okay, so I'm going to highlight this and convert this to table. I'm going to convert this to table. So you go to your insert, under table you see convert to table, convert text to table. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4. So here I have 4 columns. Then I have 3 rows. So the rows. So here I have my products, and okay, the table is not well organized, but I think that is just the tab. So
if you use your tab very well, it's going to organize your table properly. So that is how you can convert text to table and table to text. So I'm going to highlight this and click on delete, and I'm going to delete the entire table. I'm going to right click. Okay, I'm going to highlight everything first. To delete your entire table, highlight everything, then you click on delete table. Okay, so let me see if there are other options in the table. So you have quick tables. You can actually create quick tables right here. So you have so many options of what are your quick tables. You can just use this. I have my January. You can highlight this. You can highlight and copy this table. I'm going to do that and paste again for February, and so on and so forth. So it depends. You can do a lot with your table. So the next I want us to look at is, I'm going to remove this from this page. The next I want us to look at is the pictures. Under insert, you have the pictures. So you can insert pictures from your computer by clicking on this device. It's going to take you to your computer, and you go to the location where you have pictures. So if I have pictures in my download, I'm going to go to my download. And if I have pictures on my desktop, I'm going to go to my desktop and check where I have pictures. So let's say I want to use this picture. Picture has a PNG. That's a file type. PNG. Anywhere you see PNG, JPEG, they are all picture files. So I'm going to click on this and click insert, and it's going to bring in the picture into my Word environment. Where is the picture? Why is the picture not showing? Click on the picture, go to this device, and the picture, select the location where the picture is, and I'm going to click on this. Okay, let me use another picture. Click on this and click insert. Why my pictures are not inserting? Okay, so basically I don't know why my pictures are not inserting, but that is how to insert a picture. Let me generate random text and just go to rand, open and close a bracket. I need 3 paragraphs. Then in each paragraph I need 5 lines. Then I'm going to hit the enter key. So here I'm going to insert a picture. This picture must enter. So I'll go to my device. I will look for another picture under my desktop. Go to all files. Let me see if I have other pictures that I can use. I'm going to select this and click insert. What is happening? Why my picture is not inserting? Alright, so picture is not inserting from my local drive, but that is how to insert picture from your local drive. So we are going to use online option. I will go to picture and click on online pictures, and it's going to take me online, bing.com. that's Microsoft search engine. So you have by default you have options here. You have books, car, dog, family, fish, and all of that. You can actually type what you are looking for. If I'm looking for computer, so I can type computer and hit the enter key. It's going to bring computers for me to select my choice. So I can select any of these, click insert, and it's going to download the picture right here. So I can adjust my picture, can reduce the size, and if you move here, you're going to see layout options. So choose how your objects interact with the text around it. So if you click on this layout option, you're going to see how your image or picture can interact with the text. So you can select this square. You select this, some text is going to come, right beside it. And if you have these options, you can just select to see the preview of what you have. So if you select this option right here, you have text at the top and the bottom, and this one will send your image behind. So if you select this, as you can see that the picture is behind text now. So this option as well, you have your picture covering the text. So select this image, you send your picture down, but I'm going to select this one. I'm going to select this one in line with text. So, but basically under layout options, you can have all of these options. It depends on what you want to achieve with your image. Now, once you insert an image, you get this new tab here called picture format. As you can see, picture tools, you have right here picture format. So under picture format, you can do color correction. If you come to, you can even remove background. This one is not having a background. I'm going to look at another picture with background. So you can do correction, So I think let me just insert another picture with background. So I'm going to click my enter key, or let me just insert the picture right here, and then go to my insert. Under my pictures, I go to my online pictures. Now, if you don't have these options in your version of Microsoft Word, you can go online, go to your browser. In your browser, you can go to pixabay.com in your browser. You can go to pixabay.com. In pixabay.com, you have free images, high quality images that you can use. So if I click on computer, for example, I'm going to have access to many free computer images. Or you go to pixels.com, you have access to free photos and videos. So if I type computer, hit the enter key, and you have access to many computer images. So if your version of Microsoft Word is not having online pictures, you can just select, you can use your browser, you can use Pixabay or Pixels. So I'm going to insert a car. I'm going to click on car and select a colorful car with a colorful background. So let's have this. Let us have which one? Let's have this. Nope. Let's have this. Nope. Let's have this. Yes. So I'm going to click on insert. And here is the car. So if I go to, let's start with color correction. You can run your mouse all over this and you see the effect of how it's correcting the color. All right. So you can see this one is sharpen and soften. And if you need more light, that's brightness and contrast, you can, or you want to reduce the light and so on. So here you have colors. So you can change the color of the car, or the environment, the background. You have color saturation, color tone. It depends on what you are actually working on. So you can tone the color a little bit, or you can recolor. You can even recolor the background. Okay, so here you have artistic effect. You have artistic effect. So you have a lot of options here that you can actually work with. You can click here to change pictures from file or from online or from icon. So you can compress picture right here and you can reset picture. So if I, under color, if I apply this, for example, and I don't really like this, so I can come to reset picture and just reset my picture to the original image. So over here you can remove background. If you click on remove background, removing background is a lot of work, so you have to be very careful. So here you're going to see mark areas to remove. You're going to select this or mark area to keep. So I'm going to select mark area to keep. Actually select this. I want you to keep this area, so I'm going to select this area, the tire 2. I don't want it to keep this tire. Then also keep this tire right here. Keep this tire part. Keep this front. This might not be, it might not be too perfect, as you can see right here. I have to do. So here, keep this tire part as well. Right. Then I want to keep this. I want to keep this. So I'm going to do this. Okay, what else? This part here. Okay, so mark areas to remove. So I'm going to remove this part. Remove this part. That's into my tire part. You see, so it's not easy. You've got to be careful if you are doing this. So I'm going to just click here as well. So it's going to take time, but basically I want you to understand the concept that you can actually use this to remove the unwanted part of your image. So if you click on this, keep changes, and you're going to have this. It's not perfect, so you need to spend more time to remove the background. So basically you can actually remove unwanted background in your within your Microsoft PowerPoint under picture format. So I will go to my reset and reset. Okay, so here you have picture style, so you can select any of this style. You have so many styles that you can work with. You can select any of this style, Alright, so apart from that, you have a picture border, you have picture effect, you have a preset, you have shadow. You can add shadow to your pictures, reflections, glow. So it depends on what you want to achieve with it. So you can just take your time to go through all of this. You can add alternative text to your picture. You can add alternative text so that maybe if you are using this online and the image is not showing, the text is going to show. So I'm just going to type car here, and so you have a car, and I'm going to close this. Add alternative text to it. Position. So you can adjust the position of your car. Okay, what did I click? So you can send it down, you can send it up, and all of that. You can position in top left square space. If I click here, you're going to see this car. Let me reduce it. As you can see that effect. See text coming around it. I've actually explained this in layout options. Okay, so but if you need more option on that, you can just do this. So you have other options. You can bring your car forward, send it backward, send it behind the text, send back. You can send your text back, and you have selection pane. You have alignment. You can align your car to the center. You can even rotate it. You can see, you can rotate your car. You can rotate it. So it depends on what you want. You can crop your car as well. If there are unwanted parts that you want to crop out, you can actually crop your car. You can crop your image. It's not just car. You can crop your image, unwanted part of the image. You can crop it out. So hit the enter key to accept the changes. So I'm going to click on my car. You have to click on your image for you to have these picture format options. So and that is that about pictures under insert. So here you have shapes. So the next thing I want us to talk about is shapes. So if you click on shapes, you have so many shapes that you can work with in Microsoft Word. All you need to do is click and draw. So once you draw your shape, you also have another option that will allow you to format your shape, like shape format. So you have all of these. You can add text in your shape, by just start typing, and so on. So under your shape, you click on your shape to get, I want to get the shape back. So here is my text box. So you have a text box, text direction, change the text direction within the selected cell. You can create link, let your text flow from one box to the other. So let me just generate a random text right here, and let's say I have a equal to, then I have rand, and open and close a bracket. Inside I want 2 paragraphs. In each paragraph I want 3 lines, and I'm just going to hit my enter key. Now my text, I can't see some of the text here unless I expand this. But let's say I want my text to flow to another box. So I'm going to just draw this box right here. So then I'm going to create a link, and I'm going to put my link here. You can see, so the other part of this text flow inside this box using this create link. So you can also break the link. So if using the link now, if you look at, if I reduce this box, the text here is going to increase. If I increase this box, this is going to take more text. If I continue to increase it, it's going to continue to take more text. So this is just an overflow of the text. So I can even have another box. I can have another text box right here. I can have another text box right here. Then also click here and go to create link and click on this new text box, and the other part of this text is going to pour right here. So pay attention to the boxes. If I reduce this, you're going to see that this text here increase. So you can click on break link to stop the text flow. So basically that is what you use this break link for. Then you can actually change your text text box style by clicking on any of these styles that you have here. So I'm going to leave it here. You can also have a shape fill. You can have a shape fill. This is shape outline. I'm going to change the shape outline to this color and increase the outline so that you know what I'm talking about. So if I increase, you can see. So that is the outline, the line here, line right here, is referred to as the outline. So you can change shape here. You can change the shape to this shape, and so on. Then you have so the same option you have under this text box is what you have under your shape. So basically, I'm going to go back to my insert under shape. I'm going to draw another shape. I'm going to draw another shape right here. So you can see you have same options. You can see your shape fill, the color of the shape. You can see your shape outline. I'm going to leave it as black. Let me increase it so that you can see the outline. Increase the width. As you can see, if you don't want outline, you can click on no outline. You know, if you want pattern, you click on pattern. You have a shadow effect. You see, 3D effect. You know, you have it right there. It's not all image. You can apply 3D effects too. So you have position. We've talked about this. Wrap test. We've talked about this as well. If this shape is around some text, like the image you inserted, you can use that option to position the image in around the text. Okay, so if I have this image here, so you can use this option to wrap text around it. We've talked about these options. So bring image forward, bring image backward, and all of that. Just arranging your image or your shapes. All right. So if you go to your inserts and you go to shapes, you have all kinds of shapes that you can work with. So you have stars and banners, flowchart, callouts, black arrows, and all of that. All you need to do is just click and draw your shape. And when you draw once you draw your shape, you're going to see it. Then you can color it. You can, you know, format it anyhow you want it. So that is shape. Okay. So I'm going to use my enter key to go to the next page, or you can just click on insert blank page. So alright, the next one here is icons. Icons is not available in all versions. I believe if you are using version maybe from version 16, 19 and 2021, you're going to see icons. So if you click on icons, it's going to take you to icons library, where you can use, you know, where you have access to so many icons. You have body parts, you have arts, you have arrow, you have celebration, you have commerce, dinosaurs, education, and so on and so forth. So all you need to do is to click on any of these icons and click insert, and it's going to insert it right here in your document. You can adjust it, you know, you can click on it to enlarge it. And you also have graphics formats, you know, these are similar tools that I've explained. You can use this, you can crop it, you can change the graphic style, you can change the graphic style, color to match your own content, and so on. So, but if you do not have this feature, this icon feature in your Word, you can go to Icon Finder. So if I click on education icons, it's going to, I can now click on free. If you go to free, so you have icons that relate to education. See this one here. So you can just download. You click on download in PNG. So it's downloaded right here. So I can go back to my Microsoft Word and bring it in. So I will go to my insert pictures, this device. Let me see if it will work this time around. Download, and here is my icon. I'm going to click on insert to bring the icon in. So I don't know why that is not working, but that is how you download from Icon Finder and so on. All right, so that is that about your icon. Here you have 3D models. I don't know why that is not enabled. Okay, so if you
click on the 3D model, you have access to 3D object. So this is illustration command group. You click on this, you have access to 3D objects. I don't know why this is not enabled. So now let's move on to Smart Art. So Smart Arts, inside the Smart Art graphics to visually communicate information. So if you click on Smart Art, you're going to see so many examples. So if you are working on a list and you don't want to use a traditional list, you can use a Smart Art list. So if you click on this, for example, and you click insert, so you can actually put your items right here. So I can have rice. Let's say I want to list food type. I can have beans, and here I can have a plantain. Imagine combining rice, beans, and plantain. Oh my goodness, you are going to enjoy. So you can reduce it and just put your title here, food type. Okay, whatever this is. So I'll go back to my Smart Art. So Smart Art, like I said, you can use this, for list, for process, relationships, hierarchy. You can use any of this for your hierarchy design. Maybe this one is the school principal or the managing director. Principal. Here you have accountants, school accountants. Here you have, what else? Okay, the principal. Let me just use vice principal. Vice principal. Here you have teaching staff, and so on and so forth. So it depends on what you are trying to create. So you can use the Smart Art to create hierarchy. All right. So let's go back to our inserts. We have charts. So you can create charts in Microsoft Word. So we have a table here somewhere right here. This is our table. So I'm going to copy this table and move it down here. Move the table down here. I'm going to Ctrl V to paste. After pasting the table, make sure that your cursor is well positioned where you want to insert the chart. Then you click on chart under insert. Now after clicking on chart, you have access to so many charts, so many chart type that you can use: pie chart, line chart, column chart. I will be using column chart for this example. So if you click on column chart and you click insert, it's going to insert it where you have your cursor. So the next thing I'm going to do is to replace this content here. So I'm going to highlight everything under my product, copy, and I'm going to paste right here. I'm going to paste right here, and I'm also going to highlight. I'm going to highlight this. So I'm just going to highlight everything here like this. You can use Ctrl C to copy, or you right click and you click on copy. Then you come here and highlight. That's 4 columns, and use Ctrl V to paste. So after doing that, you can now close your Excel sheet right here, and whatever content you add to this sheet is going to show on your chart. So but I do not intend adding any content. But if I had laptop, for example, laptop, and I include the price of laptop, I have 100,000 for January.
And I see as I'm typing is changing the data that you have within the chart. So, but I'm going to remove this. Then I'm going to close it. So once you close your Excel sheet, your chart remains. This is our chart. So this is how to create charts in Microsoft Word, and you have access to tools that you can use to manipulate your chart. Example is the first one here, which is Chart Element. If you click on Chart Element, you can remove grid line. If you uncheck this, it's going to remove the grid line, or you leave it. And also you have different types of grid line. If you click on this arrow, you have a primary, major, horizontal. You want the vertical to be there, and so on. So I'm going to uncheck this and leave it as default. Then you have the legend. So here is the legend, and you can if I check it back, so you have it right here. Also, you can change the position of the legend by clicking on this the arrow. You can send it to the top below the chart title, or move it to the left or bottom or any other position. So I'm going to move it to the right. Then you have a data table. If you check this, it's going to include the data table. The table you have here is going to include it in your chart, as you can see here. So if you the chart title is right here, there's an option here as well. So you have center overlay and so on. So to adjust your chart title, just click on chart title and type. So I'm just going to type product, or you can give it any title that you want to give it. Then here you have chart style. So we have different styles that you can select. You can select this style of chart. You can select this style of chart. So you can select chart of any style within your Microsoft Word. You can select this type as well. So it depends on you. Then we have filter, which is the last one, chart filter. So if you click on this, you can actually get the content for only February. So I'm going to unselect all and select only February. If you click on apply, you're going to see only February results. As you can see right here, even the table is showing for only February. So you have February. So if you are showing a manager, or you are showing someone chart, and the person says, okay, I think I just need to see the total. So you can check on total, uncheck February, and click apply, and you're going to see just the total data. So this is great data analytic tool that you have right here in Microsoft Word. So this is all about working with charts in Microsoft Word under Insert. So still under Insert, we have screenshots. So if you click on screenshots, so you can take a screenshot by clicking on this screen clipping, and it's going to allow you to take a part of your screen, example like this, and put it in your Word document. We advise that you open the application that you actually want to screenshot. Let's say, for example, I want to screenshot part of a browser. I am just going to let's say I want to screenshot. I want to take this icon right here, and I don't want to download it. I just want to screenshot it. So you make sure it's open. You go to your Word and position your cursor where you want it to be. So I'm going to double click right here. My cursor is right here. So I'll go under my Insert, screenshot. Then I'm going to, as you can see, it's already showing me that, okay, this is as you can see, it's already showing me this is my browser. So I can click here, and it's going to bring in a screenshot, and I can now crop this particular one out, or I can just go directly, click on Insert, screenshot, then screen clipping, and it's going to allow me to take that exact icon that I want to take, and it will send it directly
to Microsoft Word for me. So as you can see right here, so that is how you can use a screen shot in Microsoft Word. Now, other part of inserts, you have add-ins. Add-ins are just additional application that you can integrate. So if you need to install additional application for more functionality within your Word, you can click on add-in. We have so many add-ins that you can use, but you must be connected online. My system is not connected right now. I would have show you some of the add-ins. Maybe I'm going to make a separate tutorial on how to use add-in within Microsoft Word. So if you want to get add-in, you click on get add-in. It's just like we have worked with Google Chrome before. There are add-ins that you can integrate with your Chrome browser for it to be more efficient. So it's the same thing right here. Now this is Wikipedia. This is Wikipedia right here. So you must be connected as well. The Wikipedia app for Office helps you quickly access Wikipedia content from Office and simplifies the process of referencing text and images. So if you are taking an information from Wikipedia, you can access it through your Word by going to Wikipedia. Now this will simplify the process of you getting the information and referencing the information. The information you're going to get within your Word in Wikipedia is going to come with referencing, and every other thing that it needs, and you need to use that particular content. We have online video. You have online video. Find and insert video from a variety of online sources. So if you need video within your Microsoft Word document, I don't know why you will need video anyways, but if you need video within your Word document, you can click on this. This is not available in all versions. So if you're using the latest version, you're going to see this. It's just like it works the same way as insert pictures. So you just click on online video and you bring in the video, you bring or import the video, and you can use the video within your Word document. Here we have link. So you can create a link in your document for quick access to web pages and file. So if this image right here is highlighted, you can click on link and link that particular image to an existing file or a web page. So if I want to link it to an existing file, for example, I'm going to click on this. Then I'm going to go to where the location of my file. I can click on this as well to search, browse for file. I can click on this rather to browse for my file. So I'm going to just look for a file. I'm going to connect this to this to this file here, HEMA1. I'm going to click OK, and also click OK. So this document now is linked. So if I hover my mouse on this shape rather, you're going to see HEMA1. So it means if I click on this document, it's going to if you right click and you click on open link, it's going to take me to where I have that particular document. As you can see, there's nothing here, but this is the link file. So you can use the link to an existing file within your system or to a web page. So if you are linking to a web page, you just need to put the address of the web page right here. So if I'm linking to this YouTube page, for example, all I need to copy the YouTube address or URL and paste it right here. So I'm just going to paste it and click OK. So if I place you can see this icon is linked to this YouTube. So I can right click and go to open link, and it's going to take me to the web page. But I'm not connected online, so it's not going to show. But if you are connected, you're going to see once you double click. So, and you can also link an image or even a text. So if I highlight this section 4, highlight section 4 and go to link, I can link that section 4 to a place in this document. So you can see we have section 1. So if I click on section 1, maybe I want to link section 4 to section 1, and I'm going to click OK. So this section is linked. So you can see. So control plus click to follow link. So if I press control and I click, you see control plus click, and it takes me to section 1. So that is how to work with link within Microsoft Word. You also have a bookmark. So bookmark work with hyperlink to let you jump to a specific place in your document. Here is how it works. Select the content you want to jump to, insert a bookmark, add a hyperlink that points to your bookmark. So as you can see, just follow the steps. Select the content you want to jump to, insert a bookmark. So select the content. I'm going to select this content right here and go to my insert, then bookmark, then insert a bookmark. So you're going to insert a bookmark, and your next step, so you have a bookmark name. So I'm just going to give this I'm going to give it change. Okay, then you have sort by name, you have sort by location. I'm going to click on add. Okay, so you have select the content you want to jump to, insert a bookmark, add a hyperlink that points to your bookmark. So here I use the word change, so I'm going to highlight this change to add. So to add a link, I'm going to click on link. Then this you can see my bookmark title. So once you highlight a content and you bookmark it, it's going to show here. So you can link, any part of a document to that particular bookmark. So I'm going to select and click OK. So if I put my mouse here, you're going to see control click to follow link. So if I hold on control and click, it's going to take me to that particular content that I bookmark. As you can see my cursor right here, it means here is the content. So that is a bookmark. Then you have a cross reference. Refer to a specific place in your document, such as headings, figures, and table. A cross-reference is a hyperlink where the label is automatically generated. It's great if you want to include the name of things you are referencing. Then we also have these are things we can easily do ourselves. Then we have comment. Add a note about this part of the document. So you can highlight this, click on comment. You can put a comment, provide a powerful. I can just put an additional comment okay, this is my main idea. Okay, so this is my main idea. I can just add comment to, or maybe if you don't understand a particular paragraph, let's say you don't understand a particular paragraph, you can add a comment to that paragraph. Can you send more explanation on this? Okay, so basically that's how you add content to your Word document. We have header and footer. These two are quite common, so
if your header is always at the top of your document, then footer is at the foot, that's the down part or the bottom part of your document. If you click on this, on header, you have different types of header that you can work with, and you can remove header, and then you have more header from office.com if your system is connected. So I'm going to select this 3-column. I'm going to select this 3-column header, as you can see. So here, and once you select, you have additional tools, additional tab here rather, header, and you have additional tab here for your header and footer, as you can see. So if I want to include my date here, date and time, I can just select date and time, and I'm going to select my date and time format. I'm just going to use this and click OK. Then here you can put my name at the middle, or any other information that you want to put. And here you can also look for other options that you can include a picture. So if I click on pictures, and if there is a picture that I have on my maybe logo, for example, you can just include basically you can include pictures, icons, logo, anything that you want to include. So that is not coming up, and also you can include document information. So you can include author's name, the name is already there, or you can include file name or file path. So I'm just going to select this, and it's going to include the file name in your header. So basically header is information that you have at the top of all pages within your document. So if I double click to leave my header section, you're going to see this is my page 1. You see the information. If I move down to page 2, you're going to see this information. So if you have 100 pages, you're going to see that information at the top right there. So that is header. You can double click at this top here to access the header. Double click again to leave. Double click at the top to access your header section and edit it, and double click outside the top section to leave the header, or you just go to insert and you click header, and then you have the options within that you can work with. You have header from top. You can even adjust the height of your header. So, and also some other thing you can do with your header, and you can, once you are through, you can close it. So let's go to footer. If you go to insert and you click on footer, let's use this as well. Okay, this time around let me use the first one. This is footer. Footer is always at the bottom. If you click on, let's say in our footer we want our document part to be at the footer. So this is just going to tell anybody where the document is. As you can see, my document, this particular file is in documents and is in lesson 3. So you can include more options and click OK. It's going to add it. To it, and you can also, you have page number in your footer. You can include a page number in your footer as well. So I'm going to have the page number in my footer instead of the other information. All right. So what you need to know is footer is at the bottom, header is at the top, and you can add information that you want to appear on all pages within your document. You can add it on your footer. So once you are through with the footer, double click outside the footer to get out of the footer, because if you are within the footer, you won't be able to continue working with your document. So you have to exit the footer, the header and footer, by clicking this exit button right here, or close header and footer, or you just double click outside the header and footer to leave that part. So you have your header and you have your footer under insert. We're almost through with insert, and I I'm sure that home and insert are the longest part of this tutorial. By the time we get to draw, design, layout, we won't spend much time at all. So still under insert, we have our text box. You have page number. So if you have pages like 50 pages and you want to apply page numbering, so all you need to do is just click on page number. So you can put your page number at the top or at the bottom. But the bottom is alright. So then the position either is left, right, or middle. So I'm going to select the center, and then you have your page number. So if I move down, if you move down, you see page 2 automatically, you see page 3, and so on. So that's how to number your page. You go to insert, and you have your page number. Then we're going to continue with our insert tab. Under the insert tab, you have the text command group. Now right here you have the text box. So if you click on the arrow, you have several options in the text box. So it depends on the kind of text that you need. If you look at these, you have simple text box, you have a banded sidebar. If I click on this, for example, you see this text box, so you can start typing in the text box. So, and we have other options in the text box. Let me come down here. So I'm going to put my cursor right here. So if I go to my inserts and go to text box, now if I click on insert, you see this is another type of text box that you can use within your document. So you can click here to type. Okay, that's the header. You can move the text box around. You can type within the text box. You can even reduce the height of it. You can reduce the height of the text box like this. So, if you are creating a CV, a resume, for example, and you want some information to be at this side, you can actually use text box to design a sidebar in your presentation, in your resume rather. And if you click outside the text box, you can type normally, add images and all of that, while the text box is right here. So I'm going to insert another one to the right. So I'll go to my insert and go to text box. This time around I'm going to insert this, or just the second of this. Let me insert this. So I'm going to move this to the right of my page. I'm going to move the whole of the text box to the right of my page here. Okay, move it right here. Okay, so I can bring it down to the bottom. I'm going to bring this down as well. So you can type here. You can as well insert an image or anything that you want to bring into the text box. You can change the color. So what I did was just to right click. If you right click, you see options that you can work with. So you can remove content and insert your own content within the text box. So you can bring in an image, like I said. You can go online, or in fact you can draw additional shape, additional section within your text box. You can give it a color and so on. And you can type in between the text box section. So I can decide to type here. Okay, I'm going to delete this icon, and you can decide to type.
and can still type within your text box. All right. So if you click on insert, apart from the text box, you have quick paths. So under quick path, if you click on the arrow, you have auto text, you have document property field, and you have building blocks organizer. So under quick path for the auto text, if there's a text, let's say that you, okay, I'm looking for a better way to explain this. So let's say there is a sentence, a word, or a paragraph that you use often within your document, and you don't want to be typing it all the time. You can use a auto text to create a shortcut, so that when you type the shortcut, the text appears. So example is this. Now let's say I use this word often. Let's say I use this word is always in my listing. Let me just go to blank page. Okay, so let's say there's an address that is always in my document, and the address is Egbeda, Lagos. Lagos. So I can create a shortcut for Egbeda Lagos. Now there are two ways to do this. You can go to your file and go to options. Under options, you have proofing, you have autocorrect option. So this one is autocorrect option. If you click on autocorrect option and you type, let's say I just anytime I type Egbeda, I want it to give me Egbeda Lagos. So you're just going to type Egbeda Lagos right here. Egbeda Lagos, Nigeria. So if I click add, it's going to add it to my auto text gallery, so that if I come here, if I type Egbeda and I hit my space bar, it's going to complete it with Egbeda Lagos. So now if you go to quick paths, if I highlight this content, for example, let's say I highlight provides a powerful this paragraph, and I go to my quick paths under auto text. If I save this, save selection to auto text, and I'm going to give it a title. I'm just going to put powerful. So you see gallery, auto text gallery, so you can save it somewhere else apart from saving it in auto text gallery. So I'm going to leave it as auto text. Then we have category. You can create a new category for yourself, or you save it under general. You can put a description, then save in normal. So then insert text only. I'm going to click OK. So if I want to retype this content within another section, or even in a new document, if I click on Ctrl N to take me to a new document, for example, now this is a new document, I have not typed anything right here. So I can go to my insert and go to my quick paths, auto text. I'm going to see the text right here. Look at this, provide powerful. I'm just going to click on it, and it's going to automatically display the text. Now the same thing with the other parts of the quick paths. If you go to documentary property, let's say you always put the name of the company in your document.
if I click the company now, it's going to put company. But there's a way that you can, anytime you click company, automatically it just fill in the company name. So how are you going to do this? You go to file. Now you go to open. Is it open right now? Or yes, info. You go to info. Now under property right here, you can see that you have the company name. So you see see more document property, click on see more document property. So here you have company name. I'm going to type Tons Media. I'm going to type Tons Media and I'll click OK. Now once I go back to my document and I go to quick parts, okay, as you can see, automatically it changes it to Tons Media. So if I come down here, I go to quick parts and I want to enter my company's name, I just click on company. Automatically it puts it there as a Tons Media, because it's now default. It's now a default property. So apart from company name, you have other options within your quick parts. So if I go to my document property, you have author. So if I click author now, you can see automatically Emmanuel Adefolaju. If I go back to my info and click on property, advanced property, if I should change the author's name right here, if I put Gbadebo Adefolaju for example, and I click on OK, automatically it's going to change it to Gbadebo Adefolaju, as you can see right here. Okay, so if you click on quick parts again, and you have fields. So if you click on field, for example, we have different fields. So we have date and time. If you click down here, you have document automation, you have index and table, links and reference. So I'm going to click on date and time. So we click on date and time, and I'm going to select my date format. For example, how you want your date to appear. So if you want your date to be updated, the date of the document to be updated automatically to the current date, you select date. But if you want the document to display the particular date that you work on the document last, that's when you now click on save date. So I'm going to click on date, so that if I open this document tomorrow, it's going to show tomorrow's date. Or I can use saved date, so that I will know the last time that I worked on the document. I'm going to select a format, date format here, and click OK. So now it's showing this. That doesn't mean that the dates are not there. The dates are there. If you decide to print this document, that's when you go. Or maybe because I didn't save it. So let me save it. I'm going to save it on my desktop and click on save. But if it's showing excess, don't worry yourself. If you want to print, or if you close and open it again, you're going to see the date. So let me check print preview, for example. Print preview. I'm going to check my print preview. Okay, you see showing excess and all of that, but from experience, if you print out this document, it's going to show you the last time you worked on the document. Okay, so basically, guys, that is how to work with QuickPart. QuickPart will make your work easier, especially if you have a particular section of your document that you repeat. You know, let's say you are working in a distribution company, and you continue to distribute to, certain set of companies. So you can use the QuickPart to create address, to save address of such companies, so that you will just be clicking on the address of a particular company that you are sending a particular letter to, And if you are an educator too, and you are working on students' reports or letter, you know, you can, or you are working in a school environment as a secretary, you can create a quick part for, okay, let's say you are trying to do question. So I might be the name of your school. The name of your school is Imperial Light, for example. Imperial Light. Imperial Lights. And you have JS1 exam. JS1 exam. As a title, you have 2022. Now, this information will be on JS1 examination sheet. So you can actually create quick part for this. Just go to quick part. You can use a multi text or save selection to quick part gallery. If you click on this, then you're going to put JS1 here, JS1, and you're going to click OK. So I'm going to change this to JS2. And I'm going to highlight everything as well. Go to my quick part and select multi text. Save whichever one you want to use. But I'm just going to use this one here. I'm going to save this as JSS2. I'm going to click OK. So let's say this question is meant for JS1. I'm going to, at the top here, instead of me typing or copying and pasting, I'll just go to my quick parts, look for JS1. This is JS1 right here, just put it. And let's say the other question is JS2 question. This one right here. Okay, the other document is JS2 document. I'm just going to move to the top. And also go to quick parts and put JS2. So automatically it's going to fill it in, you know. So those are the functions of quick parts. So you have a word art here. So add some artistic flair to your document using word art text box. So let's say your title, you want to add a special effect to your title. You can do that. So all you need to do is just highlight, and then you go to your insert. You have your word art. Select anyone. The selection contains footnotes, endnotes, and comment references. Okay, so and it's going to adjust it accordingly. So if I go to you can also click on it, word art, click on anyone, and you can type. As you can see, you can edit it and change the color. I can highlight that, and then fill effect, change the color. You can change the outline color, that's the line color. And change the outline color, and so on and so forth. Then you have more options here that you can work with. As you hover on the option, you're going to see the preview in your documents. Right. So still under insert, we have drop down. Now drop down, if I put let's see, at, okay, this is drop down. Create a large capital letter at the beginning of a paragraph. So to use a drop down, let's say I want to use a drop down here. I'm going to highlight my P. Then we now go to my drop down. You have different types. If you click on this, it's going to drop 3 lines. If you click on this, it's going to drop the entire paragraph. So if I click on this right now, it's going to drop 3 lines of my paragraph. This is drop down. You can adjust it, you can reduce it, you can even increase it. So it depends on what you want. So that is how to create a drop down.
So the next we have under insert, we have signature line, date and time. I've actually talked about date and time. So if you have signature line, if I click on this, you have Microsoft Office signature line, add signature services. So I'm just going to click on this, and you have a suggested signer, for example, John Doe. So you can put the signer here, the person that is going to sign the document, and I'm just going to do my full name, and also suggested signer's title. So I can just say lead consultant. Suggested signer's email, so you can fill in the email as well and click on OK. So you're going to see the signature line right here. The signature line right here. Okay, so that's how to add that. Then you can also add date and time. We've talked about this. Choose your format and you click OK to add the date and time. And lastly, we have objects. So clicking on object, we have Adobe Acrobat object, we have a bitmap image, and so on. If you go down, you have so many examples of objects that you can work with. So lastly under insert, we have equation. So if you need any equation, they are all here, they are right here. So you have insert new equation. You can click here to insert new equation. Go to my inserts, and under equation, you have more equation from office.com if you are connected online. So you get to use more equation. Then let's go to symbol. So if you click on symbol, you have all kinds of symbols. If I go to more symbols, so here you have more symbols, as you can see right here. You have more symbols. You have currencies of different companies, different countries, and so on. It has category. You can use any of this category to check for your. You can use different category here to check for the symbol that you are using. If you click on this, see another set will pop up. There's Naira here too. There's Naira somewhere here. Naira symbol. You can locate it. But here this is recently used symbol. I've used it before. So if you click on Naira symbol, it's going to appear. Just click on insert, and it's going to show on your work. If I click, once you click on insert, it's actually there, but you will think that it's not showing. If I click again, look at the bottom right here, you can see it's showing. So I'm going to close this. So basically that is all about the insert tab. So we have covered home and insert. So the rest are just draw. The draw is not available in all versions of Microsoft Word. And also design is not available in, I think, 2007, but we're going to touch on every other tabs that we have within Microsoft Word. Thank you guys for learning with me in this tutorial. Welcome back as we continue our Microsoft Word Complete tutorial. The next tab we'll be looking at is the Draw tab. If we click on the Draw tab is not available in all versions of Microsoft Word. So we've looked at home, insert. The next tab is the draw tab. As you can see, we have tools, we have eraser, pen, we have all kinds of pen, and you can also add pen. Then you have ink to shape and you have ink to matte. So if I click on this pen, I can draw with it. After clicking on it, so you can type with this 2x to power 2. Now this tool is not available in all versions. If you click on this arrow right here, you can change the color of your pen. You can add effect to your pen. So if I click on this, and I type 4x to power 2 plus 3, or you can even draw shape. Okay, so we have other pen that you can make use of. You can click on this to also edit your pen. So here I can type Tunde, for example. Okay, so these are the various pen that you can make use of. Just click on the arrow. Now you can increase the thickness of this pen. So if I select this, it's going to be thicker, as you can see. So you can increase the thickness, and the option is available in all the pen, as you can see. Select any color of your choice. Draw. You can use it to draw any shape. So they have similar features and so on. You can add pen. We have pencil, pen, highlights. You can click and add additional pen. Customize your pen. You can go to more colors. Select the color of your choice. Click OK, and the pen will appear right there for you. Alright, so I'm going to delete all. So the next thing I want us to look at is ink to shape. To convert ink to shape, all you need to do is click on ink to shape, select your pen. That's the first thing. Select the pen, then select ink to shape and draw your shape. So it's going to convert it automatically to shape. So if I draw this, it's going to convert this to shape. This is awesome. Okay, so now the next is ink to matte. Ink to matte. Ink to mathematics. So select your pen, click ink to math, and you can now type your equation. I'm going to type 2x squared equals 46. As you can see, so you click insert, it's going to insert that particular formula. So that is how you use your ink to maths. Okay, so you have eraser tool, so you can click. If I draw something right here, you can click on eraser to erase this. So as you can see, my ink to shape is highlighted, so that is why it gives me that perfect shape, because ink to shape is highlighted. So if I click on eraser and you just erase any content, okay, click on eraser. The eraser will erase content. It's not working right now, but that's the function of the eraser. So that is all about the draw tab. The next tab we are going to look at is design tab. The next lesson we'll be looking at is the design tab. If you click on the design tab, you are going to see themes, document formatting, you have page background. So in the design tab, you can select any theme of your choice. So you have the following Office default theme. You can reset to theme from template. You can browse for theme if your system is connected, and you can save current theme. So if I select gallery theme, for example, under document formatting, I can adjust my document. So I'm going to remove all of this. I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to use a random to generate random text, rand. I'm going to open bracket and close it. Inside the bracket, I need 9 paragraphs, and each paragraph I want 6 lines. So I'm going to hit the enter key. So if I highlight the whole of these and select any of these document formatting, you're going to see the effect of these formatting. If I choose this as my title, this as my title, if I highlight the whole of this and select this, you can see it's going to give it different formatting style. Okay, so now the other thing you can do here is to select colors. So we have default office color. You can select any other color of your choice, and also font color. So any font you select here is, I'm going to show you, if you select office fonts here, or let me just select area here. I'm going to select area. If you select area, if you go to your home, this is what you're going to see right here. So default font is going to be area. So the same thing, if you select, if you go to your design and you select default color, if you select default color, blue for example, if you look here very well, you see that your title, subtitle has changed. If you go to your home, your default color as well is going to have that. All right. Okay. So, and you see 10.5. So if I go back to my design and select my fonts and select Calibri Light, this is Office, and I go back to my home, you see Calibri Light. All right, so still under design, you have a paragraph spacing. You have paragraph spacing, no space. You can see this is first paragraph, this is my first paragraph, this is my second paragraph. So if you go to paragraph spacing and you click on no spacing, it's going to close it up. You can see compact, it's going to bring it closer. Tight, you have relaxed spacing, and so on. So you have an effect as well. You have effect. So this is normal or fixed effect. You have other effects like glow edge and so on. These are advanced features. So for beginners, I won't advise you to tamper with this effect. All right. So set as default. You can click on this, and it's going to return everything back to default theme and default document formatting. Now, the other interesting part about design is watermark, page color, and page border. I've actually discussed this page border before, but I'm going to, touch on it again. So if you go to watermarks, watermark is just used to create original document. So let's say you want your company name or your company signature to be pinned to the back of your document. You can use watermark to do that. Now let's say, for example, if you click on this arrow, you're going to see several examples of watermark. So you can see the first one. You can see disclaimer watermark, this confidential watermark, and you can also click you can create a custom watermark. So if you click on confidential, for example, it's going to add confidential across your document. As you can see, if you check under the document very well, you're going to see confidential there. So if I click on watermark again, and right now I want to, you can get more from office.com if you are connected online. So right now I want to create a custom watermark. So we're going to click on custom watermark. So I want to use text watermark. You can use picture watermark as well. So but I'm going to use text watermark. So I'm going to type the text. We have confidential there. So but I'm going to type the name of my company, which is Tons Media. Tons Media. Okay. So font, Calibri, size, auto, color. You can leave that color, or you select another color. Diagonal or horizontal, apply. So as you can see, Tons Media has a watermark. So I can make it 25% darker and click apply. You can see. So whichever way you want it, that is how to create your watermark. You apply, and you can use picture as well. If you click on picture, it's going to ask you to select picture. So you go to your computer and select a picture to use as watermark. So once you've inserted a picture, you click apply. It's going to apply the picture as a watermark. So as you can see, the picture is right there as a watermark. So that is how to use watermark. Okay. So the next thing is page color. So if you click on this, you can apply color to your page. All kinds of any color of your choice to your page. So that is how, if you need more color, you click on more colors and you have access to more color. Right? So if you go back again, you click fill effect. So apart from color, you can also add texture. You can select any of this texture background. If you click OK, it's going to add it to your page. If I go to my fill texture again, you can add pattern as well as background. If you click OK, it's going to add a pattern. So I'm going to go back again, fill effect. You can use picture. So if you select a picture from your system, it's going to use that picture as your background, as you can see. So it all depends on you. It depends on what you're working on. So the next is page border. I'm going to remove the picture and just put a normal background, which is white. Page border. If you click on page border, it's going to take you here. So you can select any of these. I'm going to use 3D, and you can use line. We have all kinds of line that you can make use of as your page border. You can apply it to the whole document. If you have 100 pages, it's going to apply it to the whole 100 pages, or you can just apply it to the first page only and click OK, as you can see. So if I click on page border again, I can select 3D, and you can also select art. You can select any of these arts and use as your page border. You can reduce the size here. You can reduce the size. As you can see the preview. So if you're okay with this,
select apply to the old documents or the first page only. Click OK, and it's going to apply to where you want it to be applied. So that is page border, and that is all about your design. So the next tab we'll be looking at is the layout tab. So we've talked about this layout tab before when I talk about printing. So you have margin right here. So we have all kinds of margin. So you have custom settings. You have normal margin, which is this one right here. So we have a narrow margin is going to, margin is just the space outside your content, outside your text. All right. So I'm going to take out this border, this page border, so that I can explain the margin better. So I'm going to choose none. Okay. So back to our layout, margin. So narrow margin, and you have a moderate margin is going to give space. So space outside your type document is what is referred to as margin, the space that you have around here outside the document. Okay, so now we have other types of margin. So you can just go to custom margin if you have maybe you want to put certain number, maybe here you want to put 1 point something centimeter, so you can type that here. As you see, we have top margin, left, bottom, right margin basically. So once you set your margin, you see the preview here, you click OK, it's going to effect it. So that is your margin. Orientation, so your document can be in portrait or landscape form. Portrait is vertical, the vertical right like this, while landscape is horizontal like this. So it depends on what you are working on. So you can make your document to be portrait or landscape. So that is page orientation. Then you have different size of paper right here. So you can click on A4 if your printer is an A4 printer, or if the document you are printing or you are working on, you want it to be printed on an A4. So if you want to be printed on a letter size paper, you select letter size. If it's A5, you select A5. So you have different paper sizes right here that you can print your work on. So once you select this, make sure that your printer allow this paper size, so that when you send to your printer, you'll be able to print it. The next, you have columns. So you can create 2-3 columns, or if you need more columns, you click on more columns. So if I click on 2 right here, it's going to divide these my documents into 2 columns. As you can see, this is my first column and this is my second column. You can divide into 3 columns. So if I go to page layout, and under column I have 3, so it's going to divide this into 3. Let me just undo this and highlight everything. I'm just going to highlight the whole of this and select 3 columns. 3 columns, as you can see, 1, 2, 3. So it depends on what you're working on. You are working on newspaper column or newspaper or something, and you need to divide into 2 or 3 columns. So you can use this to do that. All right. So here you have breaks. So insert page and section breaks. I've explained this as well. So to push, let's say I want to push this content to the next page, I'm going to insert a page break here. So you just click on break, and you have a page break. It's going to move all the content in that column to another page. So here we have column. We have indicated that the text following the column breaks while begin in the next column. So if I do that with this, and click on column break, it's going to move the content of this column to the next column.
Alright, so that is all about break. You have text wrapping and the section, column, you have next page, continuous, and so on and so forth. So, but for beginner, what you need to know is that you can have your content in one column, you can have a content in 2 columns, you can have a content in 3 columns, and you can the left. If you need more text, more space for text on the right, you can also do that, and you can do that with the left and right as well, as you can see right here. So it depends on the document you are creating. So here we have line numbers. So you have a continuous, start each page, and all of this. So you have line numbers here. So I'm going to undo. That's if you want to review the numbers of each lines, then you have restart each page, suppress for current paragraph, hyphenation also is right here. So here under paragraph you have spacing. You can decide to move to the left, to the right. This is a little bit advanced, all right. And you have arrange as well, so you can bring forward. This will enable if you have an image. So let me see if I can insert an image. Now I can bring in an image, or let me just use shape. So if I take this shape, for example, I draw this shape right here. I just give it this color. I go to my layout. You can see that these are now enabled, so I can adjust the position of the image. I've explained this as well. If you click on this picture right here, this shape rather, so you can adjust the position where you want the picture to be. Okay, you're going to click on the picture, then you can this is square, then you can bring it forward, if it's at the back, or send back to the back, send backward, backward. Okay, then you have selection pane. Selection pane, you have a rectangle 2, and you have a format. If you click on show all, it's going to show all your content that is selected. Okay, so that is what selection pane is for. Then you have alignments. We've discussed alignments in under home, under paragraph as well. So most of the content you have here are just repetition of what I've already explained. So, but what is important under page layout is margin, orientation, size, and column. So this from here right here have been explained in our earlier lessons. So the next will be reference. Now under reference you have table of content. I've also explained table of content, how to create table of content. So let's say you want to create table of content from this data, for example. I'm just going to bring this down like this. Now I have I'm going to make this also so let me just do this 3 because I've explained it before. So I'm going to highlight this and go to my home. The first thing to create a table of contents is to give it heading, your title, a proper heading, a proper heading style. And make sure you give it the same heading style. So I'm going to use this. So now after that, the next is position your cursor to where you want your table of content to be. So you go to your reference, right here, click table of contents, select the one you want, and it's going to automatically create that table for you. So if I move this content to page 2, for example, using my page break option right here, I have page break right here. Now, if I come to my table of contents, right click and click update and update entire table, it's going to show that this content has been moved to page 2, without me correcting it. So it's automatic. So that is how you create a table of content. All right. So other information you have under reference, you can insert citation, you can insert caption, and so on and so forth. So some are a little bit advanced, but I want to limit this tutorial to beginners level. So I'm going to create advanced tutorial in on Microsoft Word, but this particular one is even becoming too long. But I just want to cover all the basic parts that we have in Microsoft Word for beginners. All right, so that is all about content. The next is mailing. So let's assume this is a letter that I want to send. So I'm going to click on Start Mail Merge. So click on Start Mail Merge. So are you sending an email message? Are you sending a letter? So I'm going to click on letter. Okay. So once you click on letter, I'm going to now let me use the wizard instead. So I'm going to use step-by-step mail merge wizard. So because this tutorial is for beginner, and I want everything easier to do. I don't want to complicate things for you. So now mailing, it means that you have a letter and you want to send it to a lot of people. So now you can use mailings to do that. So click on Start Mail Merge and go to Step-by-Step Mail Merge Wizard, and you're going to select letter, and next. You come down here to select next, and how do you want to set up your letter? Use the current document. So use the current document and click on next. Select recipients, use an existing list, select from Outlook, type a new list. So I'm going to click on type a new list, and you see type the names and address of recipient. So I'm going to do that by clicking on create, and here I'm going to have title. So Mr. I'm going to hit on my tab. First name is Adeoye. Then I'm going to put last name as Adebayo. So the next, I'm going to put company's name as it is well. It is well fashion. Then address is going to be Egbeda. Okay, so that's my first entry, and I'm going to click new entry. I'm going to click a new entry again. This time around, I'm going to put Miss and just going to enter another name, Bimbo, and hit the tab key. Sunday, hit the tab key. Then this time around, Nista Hub, hit the tab key. This one has it at Igondo, and I'm going to click. So if you have like 10 people you want to send a letter to, you keep entering and entering. So I'm going to click OK. I'm just going to do for these two. Okay, so now I'm going to save this file. I'm just going to save it to as letter and click on save. Don't forget where the location is. Transmedia Documents, my data source. Click OK. Alright, so I'm going to click OK. So the next I'm going to do
is currently your recipients are selected from office address list letter. So this is where the recipient is going to be selected, the people that will receive the letter that I'm sending the letter to. So I'm going to click on next. So next is write your letter. If you have not already done so, write your letter. To add recipient information to your letter, click a location in the document and then click one of the items below. So I already click a location, then I'm going to click address block, and I'm okay with this. Mr. Adebayo, it is well fashion, location Egbeda. Just click OK. Right. So next, when you have finished writing your letter, click next. Then you can preview and personalize each recipient letter. So I'm going to click on next and preview your letter. You see, so automatically it puts the address there of the letter, on the letter rather. Okay, so one of the merged letter is preview here. To preview another letter, click one of the following. So now to preview the next letter, I'm going to click on this. This is the next letter. Click on this. You know, just two recipients. So this is the first one, and this is Mr. Adere is the first one. Ms. Bimbo is the second one. So let's say you have a letter, you want to send it to like 10 or 20 people. What you need to do is just to enter their information where you have the list using the wizard, and automatically is going to put their information on all of the letters. It's going to put the information on each letter, so that after you finish printing this, you can click on next and you print the next person. Instead of you typing, you know, the information, once you put it there, it's going to place it at the right position. So I'm going to click on next to complete the merge, and you can click on print to print. So you have print all. You click OK. It's going to bring you right here. Select your printer and you can click OK to print. So that is mail merge in Microsoft Word. Basically, you use mail merge to send multiple letters to multiple people. So if you select start mail merge, you can do this on envelope, you can do it on email, labels, directories, even normal Word documents, and so on. But as beginner, I will encourage you to use step-by-step mail wizard. It's easier. It's easier for you to do. So that is that about mailings. So we have review. Under review, you have spelling and grammar. You have thesaurus. You have a lot of synonyms. You know, if I select this word, for example, video, and I click on thesaurus, I'm going to have a lot of words that are synonymous to that particular word. So you can check spelling and grammar here. Read aloud. You can read aloud. Read text out loud and highlight each word as it reads. Okay, so we can use this feature.
Provides a powerful way to help you prove your point. When you click online video,
so as you can hear that, if you can, I don't know if you can hear that. So, but it's reading it. So you have check accessibility. You have translate. Translate this section with Microsoft Translator. You can select any language that you want to translate to. You can add comments. We have talked about comments, you know, and all of that. So, you can restrict editing. You can protect your data. You can restrict editing. If you click on this, you can restrict how this data is edited. All right. So view, we have different view. If you come down here, you still have different view. So here you have web layout view. Here you have print layout view. Here you have read mode. So we have different view. So they are right here as well. So we have then if your ruler is not showing, you can come to view your ruler. If you need to view grid line, you click on grid line. If your navigation pane is not showing, click on navigation pane. Navigation pane allows you to navigate through your document to find content. Like if I search for video right here, it's going to show me where my videos are. Then you have help. So you can, if you have any question, you help, you can contact support, and you can give feedback to Microsoft, and you can show training as well. So if you are connected online, you're going to see training, different training on Microsoft Word. So tell me what you want to do. This one will allow you to search. So example, if you are looking for bold, let's say you are looking for a particular tool, you remember the name of the tool but you don't know the location, just type it here and it's going to, apply. So if, let me say I want to apply bold to this, to all of this. So if I click on bold, or I type bold rather, and I click on it, it's going to apply it. So if there's a tool, if I'm looking for a symbol, so I can just type symbol here and it's going to bring a symbol out for me. So just type anything here. If I type shapes, for example, shapes, so it's going to bring out different shapes for me right here. So that's what this is for. So this is the end of Microsoft Complete tutorial for beginners. If you enjoyed this video, I want you to like, subscribe, and share this content with your friends. Thank you.
Hello people, my name is Adefolaju Emmanuel. I'm going to be your instructor. Today I want us to learn about Microsoft Excel. Microsoft Excel is an interesting application to learn. It is one of the most popular examples of what is called spreadsheet. So if you have Microsoft Excel installed on your system, all you need to do is go to search box right here and type Excel. Now it depends on the version of Excel that you have on your laptop or on your system. So right here I have 2013 and I have Office 365. So I'm going to click, which is also similar to Microsoft latest version 2021. Now after launching your Excel, this is the first page that you are going to see. Now on this page you have home, new, open, then you have your account section, feedback and options. So now for beginner, I want you to concentrate at the top here. If you want to create a workbook in Microsoft Excel, you can create a workbook from a blank workbook, as you can see, or you can create a workbook from an existing template or already made template. Now we have all kinds of templates in Microsoft Excel. If you want to create an expense report, you can click on expense report and edit it. So if I click on expense report, this is an example of a template that you can edit. So all you need to do is just to type and start editing. So whatever you type is going to replace what you have there. That is why it's template. You can change this to whatever you want to change it to. Now that's if you are preparing your workbook using a template. If you want to create a billing statement, now if you need more templates, click on more templates and you see more templates. You have loan amortization, you have billing statements, and if your system is connected online, you have access to hundreds of templates. If you don't want to use templates, you want to create your workbook by yourself, then you click on blank workbook. Clicking on blank workbook, as you can see, you don't have any data here. So it means everything we are going to be creating, we are going to be doing it ourselves. Now let's look at the Excel environment. Let's look at an overview of this environment. At the top here, you have what is called Quick Access Toolbar. Now, but right now my Quick Access Toolbar is at the bottom right here. So I can move it up by clicking, and we go to this option, Show Above the Ribbon. So as you can see here, I have my Quick Access Toolbar. So you can leave it at the top or you move it to the bottom. Now in Quick Access Toolbar, you can actually customize your Quick Access Toolbar. It depends on the tools you use often. Like I have my undo here, I have redo, I have page setup, superscript, subscript, I have calculator, and I have a page border. Now what you have here is referred to as Quick Access Toolbar. It gives you access to tools that you can easily use to manipulate the content of your worksheet. So you can add more to these tools right here. Now the next part of the top bar is you have the book 1 here, which is the name of this workbook. If you save, if I go to my file and I click on save, if I select a location on my system, let me save it on desktop, and I give it a name. Let me give it Tons, and I click on save. As you can see, the title has changed to Tons and you have saved. So this section here is the title bar, so you can save your work. Alright, now here you have the search. The search bar is not in older version. So if you are using 2010 to 27, you might not see the search bar, or if you are using 2019, the search bar is there, 2019, 2021. Now the search bar is useful if you are looking for a tool. For example, bold is going to bring it up, and you can apply bold directly from the search bar. You can see the shortcut is also displaying. So if I type a word here, if I type sales and I want to apply bold to these sales, and I can't locate, I'm unable to locate bold, I can easily type it here and click on it, and it's going to apply. As you can see, it's going to apply bold to my text. Alright, so here you have if you have your account name, if you are signed in, and here you have minimize, maximize, and exit button. Now we have the tabs, different tabs: home, insert, draw, page layout. Under each tab you have the ribbon. You have the ribbon. If you click on insert tab, you have the ribbon. And within the ribbon, you have command groups: undo, clipboard, fonts, alignment, numbers. If you go to data, you have the ribbon as well. Data types, data tools, and so on. Now right here you have the work area. You have the work area here. It is where you enter your data and all the manipulations, formula and calculation take place. Now at the top here you have your cell name or your cell address. So if I type name here, I type John, name, where I type my name, the cell name or the cell address is B2. You can see B2. B2. So you have B2 right here. So that is the cell name. Where I have John, that is B3. So if I have a data here, it will be C3. Now, each of the box that you have here is referred to as cell. A cell is intersection between rows and column. A cell is intersection between a row and a column. Now, row are horizontal section of your worksheet, while column are the vertical section of your worksheet. Now this particular box, you can see this thick rectangle, this thick line around this particular box. This is called active cell. So this particular cell is my active cell. It means I can type whatever I want to type inside this cell. Alright, now at the bottom here you have three views. The first one is a normal view. The second one is page layout view. We come back to this in our later lesson. The third one is page break view. We are going to be looking at this as well in another lesson. Now here you have the zoom. You can zoom in. You can zoom a workbook, and you have the scroll bar. So the Excel sheet, your Excel sheet is actually very large. The rows contain more than a million. You have more than 1 million rows, so you can actually take a lot of data. If you continue to scroll down, you're going to see. Let me do page down. If I press page down, it's going to keep going. So you have a lot of space to work with. You're going to do page up. So the first cell is A1. The first cell is A1. So you can even type if I type A2000, it's going to take me to this address or this cell A2000. So if you are working within your worksheet and want to go back to the beginning, you can just type into this box A1 and hit the enter. It's going to take you back to the top of the page. Now the difference between workbook and worksheet. Now workbook, this is the whole of this is referred to as workbook. Now inside your workbook you can have as many sheets as possible. By default in 2021 and 2019 you have sheet 1. In 2007 by default you have sheet 3. So if you need more sheets, you can click on this plus button and you have more sheets. This sheet 2, 3. Now sheet 1, you can rename it by right clicking and you click on rename. So you can just label this sales report. Sheet 2 as well can be renamed. I can rename sheet 2 to summary. Rename summary. Apart from renaming the sheet, you can actually give it a color as well. So you have let me give it this color, so as you can see. So you can rename your sheet and also give it a color. So your workbook is the entire Excel book, while your worksheets are different sheets that you work on within the workbook, just like you have your normal notebook. So the entire notebook is the same thing as your workbook, while the sheet of paper, each sheet, so like we have 40 sheets, 80 sheets. So workbook is the entire spreadsheet application, while your sheets are what you actually work on. So I want to believe that I've touched all the main area. So in this first lesson, which is overview of Microsoft Excel. So like I said, the top part here is your the top part is quick access toolbar. Then you have your search, you have your title bar, you have minimize, maximize, and exit button. Then you have your tabs, your ribbon, your work area, and we talk about the 3 views that we have down here and the zoom. Then we also talk about cell. A cell is intersection between a row and a column. Then I also say that a column is the vertical aspect of your worksheet, while your row is the horizontal aspect of your worksheet. So I want you to try and launch Microsoft Excel, and also check out these different sections that we have in Microsoft Excel, and I'll see you in the next lesson.
To enter data in Microsoft Excel, you enter data in what we call cell. So this is an active cell, and a cell is an intersection between a row and a column. It depends on the type of data that you want to enter in Excel. If you want to enter an heading, for example, row A to column A to G, and at the top here under alignment, you're going to see merge and center. So if I click on merge, it's going to clear all the lines, and I can type mathematics score, that's if this is what I want to prepare with my Excel. And then the next thing I'm going to do is to enter name. So this is how you enter data in Excel. And over here I'm going to enter test 1, test 2, and I'm going to have my total here. Also I can start entering the name. I can enter Johnson. I have a Martha. I have Cynthia. And I have John. Then I can enter the left, Y number to the
right. Also in data entry, you can actually enter 3 types of data in Microsoft Excel. You can enter text, you can enter number, and you can enter formula. So these are the 3 basic data you can enter in Microsoft Excel. So I'm going to continue entering my data. I have 16 here for test 2. I have 15, then I have 13, I have 17, and I have 20. Then I have my total. Now, this cell here is not the normal cell size. Now let's assume after entering your name and the length of the name is more than the size of the cell. Now what you can do is to move your mouse to the line between column A and column B. You have this line, and once your cursor turns this arrow, you can double click. So when you double click, the cell is going to expand to accommodate the length of the name that you have typed. So another example is if I type English language. If I type English language, for example, now you see the word English language is more than this cell. So for you to expand the cell, you can move your cursor to this point. There's a line between column F and G, and double click, or you just hold down your mouse and drag to expand the cell. So that is how you type. Now also, if you want okay, another way is, let me undo. If I still have my English and I want my English to be within this cell, but I want it to be wrapped, you know, in this cell. Click on the cell. At the top here, above merge and center, you have wrap text. So once you click on wrap text, it's going to wrap it, you know, around that cell, and then you have something like this. So you can adjust. You can adjust it. So I'm going to undo. So that's another way to enter a lengthy word in your cell. Now another thing I want to point out is if you have your name and you want it to be, you don't want the name to be in horizontal form, you want it to be in vertical form. That is, the name that you have here is horizontal right now. If you want it to be vertical, just click on the cell that you have the text in, and you can go to where you have orientation and click on this arrow. Then you have different direction that you can have your text. So if you click here, you can see that is vertical, and here we have angle counterclockwise, something like this. So you can do same for the rest of the text. So I'm going to click this. I'm going to do the same for this and do the same for this. So you can also edit and format your text. If you want to type something else here, just click on it and type. Let's say I want to type Tunde. Click on it and start typing. So if you want to edit the content of your cell, you can come right here and edit. Let's say this is supposed to be Matthew. You can delete this and change it to Matthew, because if you want to edit it directly, it's going to clear all the content. Let's say you want to edit just you want to remove a single T, so you just come to your formula bar and click to remove the single T. Now, just like in Microsoft Word, you can edit your cell or your merge cell. Also, you can unmerge your cell. Now I merged a couple of cells here to get this heading. So if you want to unmerge your cell, you go through the same method. You go to merge and center. It's always under the alignment command group. So you click and you're going to see unmerge cells. So if you click on unmerge cells, it's going to unmerge the cell. and you have the lines back. So, but I'm going to merge and centralize it. So you can add fill color. You can add fill color of your choice. You can change the text color as well. You can change the text color about entering data in Microsoft Excel. Don't forget, I said there are 3 data you can enter in Microsoft Excel. You have your text, you have your number, and you have a formula. To enter formula in Microsoft Excel, you must start with equal to. You must start with equal to. Okay, so when we talk about ranges in Microsoft Excel, we are just talking about selecting group of cells. Like this, I selected from this A2 to C6. So that is that's a range. Okay, so you have when you select across a set of cells, it is what a range. So this could be a range, this could be a range of, you have C3 to C6, between B3 to C3. So basically what we refer to as range is just when you select a group of cells, a group of connected cells. That is what range is all about. Now let's discuss about mouse functions in Microsoft Excel. Now your mouse is very powerful in Microsoft Excel. You can use your mouse to move content of a cell. Like this particular cell, I can move it. I can move the content of that cell to this point. You can see that once this mouse turns this black cross, I can move it back. Then also with the mouse, you can actually adjust your cell width with the mouse. Then also there is what we call fill handle. So if I want to calculate this profit, for example, I'm going to enter equal to, then I'm going to select my expenses minus my sales, and I'll hit the enter key. Now 500 is the answer. So for me to, instead of me calculating these and calculating this, I can just use the fill handle to fill in the answer. So that is what we call relative value. So I'm going to put my mouse at this edge where you have this dot, and once your mouse turn to this dark cross, you can click and drag down. It's going to fill in the rest of the answers, and you can see, if you double click, you are going to see the formula. This is C3 minus B3. If you click here, you're going to see C4 minus B4. We call these relative reference. We also have absolute reference. We're going to talk about that later. So, but this is relative reference. You can see from this formula I've been able to fill in the rest of my option. I double click to review the formula in this cell. So you can see, if you have up to 1000 record, you can do the same. So if I want to calculate total, and enter equal to and select and press plus, select this, plus again, select, plus, select, and enter. Hit the enter key. I have this. So I can also, once I move my mouse to this edge and it turns to this black cross, I can now drag to fill in the rest, as you can see. So these are some of the mouse features that we have in Microsoft Excel. Now also, if you enter date, for example, let me enter January. I'll enter January, and if you can feel So I enter January here, and I go to my number under home number. If I change this to date, if I change this to short date, I can use the mouse to autofill from January to December. So these are the things you can do with your mouse in Microsoft. There are other features of a mouse. As we go into the lessons, you are going to learn more about your mouse features. Now the next lesson I want us to look at is formulas and functions. Formulas and functions. Now that we know how to enter data in Microsoft Excel, and also we've seen some of the features of our mouse, so in formulas and functions we'll be doing basic calculations in formulas and functions. So formulas are just example of a formula is if I want to calculate sum here, for example, I want to calculate the total of sales. I'm going to put my mouse in front of where I have total. I actually typed this so you can enter this. So I'm going to, like I said, if you want to calculate in Microsoft Excel, the first thing you do is to enter equal to. So if I want to use a formula, I'm going to click on my first cell and press plus, click the second plus, click the third plus, and click the fourth and hit enter key. Now this is formula for adding B2 to B5, but instead I can use a function. So a function is when you put a word before a formula. That is when it becomes a function, and we have more than 200 functions in Microsoft Excel. If you move your mouse to this point, click on this function to show you all the functions that we have in Microsoft Excel. If you continue to move down, you discover that we have more functions. These are the most recent used function. You see sum, average, if, count, max, and so on. But if you click on all functions, you have so many functions that you can work with. Here you have if I get the sum of these of our sales. So I'm going to enter equal to, and then I will type a function which is sum. I'm going to open a bracket and select this range and close the bracket and hit my enter key. Now you can see it gives me the same result. So that is even between a formula and a function. A function must have a word in front of the range or in front of the whatever formula you're going to use. So you have sum, average, maximum, minimum, you have a count, if, and so on and so forth. So we're going to look at some basic formulas and functions here. Then another thing I want us to note is that in Microsoft Excel, there's an order to how your formula works. So if you are trying to calculate something and it has a bracket, it's going to take care of the bracket first, and this is an exponent. The next thing is going to solve is the exponent section before going to multiplication, addition, and subtraction. So this is a format, or this is a order in which Excel perform calculations on your formulas and function. So here you have parentheses. It's going to look at the parentheses first and solve it. Then after that, it's going to look at exponent, then multiplication, asterisk, addition, and subtraction, just like we have in mathematics, board mass. Okay, so now the first function I want us to look at is a sum function. I've actually used the sum function to calculate what we have here. So like I said, in a mouse feature, that you can use your mouse to fill in this. Okay, so To calculate our profit is we're going to take away our sale from our expenses. So like I said, the first thing you do is to enter equal to, then you now have your expenses minus your sale, and you click enter to get that. So I'm going to use my mouse to drag down to fill in the other answer. So now the next thing I want us to look at, so that I'll be able to explain this order of calculation in Microsoft Excel. If you are looking at a May projection, for example, so I'm going to have my equal to January plus my February divided by 2 to get my May projection. So if I hit the enter key, right now, I do not think this is correct, because if you look at the way it calculates it, it's going to first solve B3 divided by 2, now adding the result to, so our B3 is 500. 500 divided by 2 is going to give you 250. So 250 plus B2, which is 2000, will give you 2250. That's what we have here. But is that the answer? No, that isn't the answer, because it's following this order to solve our May projection. But what we can do is we can adjust the formula. How can we adjust the formula? By putting brackets here. So if you put brackets here and you put another bracket here and you hit the enter key, you can see that our answer is not the same, because now is dealing with the brackets first. It's going to add these two first before dividing by 2. And that is why if you are entering formula in Microsoft Excel, you must take cognizance of the order in which Microsoft Excel perform calculation in calculations. All right. So the next thing we'll talk about is average. And here I'm going to do average. So now to take average of sales, you're going to enter equal to. Don't forget that, very important. Then I'm going to type my average, open a bracket, and I'm going to enter the range of file that I want to capture. Close the bracket and enter, and hit the enter key. So here now you have to, if you want to do it normally, we have our equal to, then you have we have 2000 plus 500 plus B4 plus this, and I'm going to put it in a bracket. I'm going to put this in a bracket. There's a reason for that, so that we get an accurate answer. Divided by, I'm going to divide it by the number of cells, 1, 2, 3, 4. So divided by 4, and we hit the enter key. Now we got the same answer. So that's how you calculate your average. The next thing we are going to look at is the sum if. The sum if. So over here I'm going to type sum if, and here I'm going to have my product. I'm going to have my product. So what I want to do right now is using the sum if function. So I'm going to enter equal to, then type my sum if. Now these are most common functions that we have in Microsoft Excel. If function. Now you see Microsoft is going to give you an idea of what you should enter within your function. So as you can see below right here, you see sum if. Now the first thing is asking me to enter is the range. So I'm going to select my product range, then put comma. So the next thing is the criteria. So the criteria is anything I typed here, I will want to see the total number of any product that I put here. So I'm going to put my criteria here. I'm going to select this cell as my criteria, so that if I type sort, it's going to give me the total number of sort that I have. So the next, I'm going to apply comma. The next, as you can see here, is sum range. So I'm going to highlight from here down to get my sum range. So when I'm through with that, I'm going to close the bracket and hit the enter key. Now I have 0 here because I've not entered any product here where I have my criteria. So if I enter sort here, for example, sort, and I click, so you're going to see that my sort is 387. Look at my first sort, which is 198. So if I calculate it, I have the first sort, which is 198, plus the other sort, which is this, and I hit the enter key. So you're going to have 387. So if I put Semo here, and hit the enter key, I'm going to have 470. You can see the Semo here is 220 and the other Semo here is 250. If you calculate both, it's going to give. So this is how to use a sum if formula. Okay, so the next we are going to look at is the count formula. So count formula. So I'm just going to do the count formula right here. So count, and basically we use count formula to know the number of cells that contain numbers. So I'm going to put equal to and type the function count and open a bracket and enter value 1, value 2, and just do it like so and close it and hit the enter key. So it's telling me 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, let me do something. Let me type Gary here. Gary. Now if I click the equal to and type count and open my brackets and select the range that I want to count. You know, I've included the Gary now. I want you to observe what's going to happen. Then I close the bracket and hit the enter key. I'm still going to have 6. Why is it not counting Gary? Because Gary is not a number. So you use count to count only number. Now there is another one that you can use to count both number and text, and that is count. That's count A. So I'm going to have that this is a function. So you have counter or count A, something like that. So now I'm going to put equal to and enter my counter, and I'm going to open my bracket, select my range, close the bracket and hit the enter key, and I have 7. You can see this is 7. You know, compared to when I used count gave me 6, but this is 7. Counter, we count text alongside with number. Then the other one we have a count blank cells. So we have count blank. Okay. So and I'm going to just remove this Gary so that I can have a blank cell. And here I will have my equal to I'm going to type count blank, open my bracket, select my range, and now I'm selecting just one blank cell, close the bracket, hit the enter key, and I have only one blank cell. So count blank is going to count just the blank cell. Now we also have count if. We have count if as well. So I'm going to delete all of this. I'm going to delete this as well. Now for our count if. So the same way with sum if. So we're going to I'm going to have my product. I'm going to have so I'm going to type equal to, then I have my count if, open a bracket, and the first criteria is a range. Like I said, we always get an idea of what you will enter in your function. Next, put comma is criteria. So anything that I have in this box is going to count it for me here. So if I put sugar, I put salt, I have 2. So I'm going to close this and hit the enter key, so that in this criteria box, if I type salt, I'm supposed to have 2 there because I have 2 salt, 1 and 2. If I type sugar, it's going to give me 1 because I have only 1 sugar. That is 1 sugar. So that is how to use count if. So the next one we are going to look at is the if statement. The if statement. So this statement is part of the formula. So alright, for the if, don't forget we are just looking at basically we are looking at the common formulas that we have in Microsoft Excel. We have a lot of functions and formulas that you can use to manipulate data in Microsoft Excel. We are just concentrating on the basic ones. So if you have your if formula, so we have our equal to, then you have your if, and you open the brackets. It's going to give you an idea of what you should enter. So the first is a logical test. So what I'm going to do now, if my cell H3, if cell H3 if cell H3 is greater than 200, if cell H3 is greater than 200, that's my test. So what should happen? If the content of cell H3 is greater than 200, what should happen? So value if it's true. So if it's true, enter. If it's true, say good product in quotes. So I'm going to give good product. And if it's not greater than 200, value if false, as you can see it here, value if false. So if it's not greater than 200, so I'm going to type not interested. So not interested, the enter key. So if it's greater than, you can see here, this is not greater than 200, so not interested. So if we use our fill handle to fill in the rest, so you have good product, this is 250, this is 250 is greater than 200, so you have good product. 320 is greater than 200, good product. 220 is greater than 200, good product. 189 is greater than 200, not interested. So that's how to use your if. So you can actually use your if to do so many things. I'm going to delete this. I'm going to have this deleted, and you can use true or false, yes or no. So if you go again and we type our equal to, don't forget equal to if, and we have if 200, if our cell H3 is equal to 200, then that's if it's true, type yes or display yes. So I'm gonna have yes. Okay, let's do less than this time around. So if it's less than 200, display yes, and if it's greater than 200, display no. Right? So I hit the enter key here. You can see it is no. If I come this way, you have yes. If it's less than 200, say yes. So that's how to use your if function. So the next thing I want us to look at is the VLOOKUP, and this is the last one we are going to look at. We are going to look at VLOOKUP and data validation. But before we look at VLOOKUP, I want you to look at the top where you have editing. You have these auto sum. If you click here, count numbers, maximum, minimum. So if I come down here and I want to get the sum. If I want to get the sum, the total of everything here, I can easily click on sum and hit the enter key, and it's going to give it to me. And if I want to do average as well, I can click here, click on average, but I'm not going to change the direction and then move it and hit the enter. So I'm going to have my average. So if I want to know the maximum or maximum, I can just select the range that I want to know. You can even select everything here like this and click the enter. It's going to tell you the highest number that you have here. So you can do minimum as well. So if you want to get minimum, you can go under editing. You have your auto sum. Click on this arrow, click on minimum, and you can select the range and hit the enter key to get your minimum. All right. So if you click here too, you can access more functions. When you click on more functions, you can also access, like I said, you have more than 200 functions that you can make use of here in Microsoft Excel. Now I said the last part of our formula, our formulas and functions is VLOOKUP and data validation. So we are going to use this table for our VLOOKUP. So all you need to do is just enter all of these data. You have name, email, phone number, salary. So now I'm going to look up some information about John. I have my name, so I have name here, so I have John. Okay, so I want to look up John's email. So to do that, I'm going to use VLOOKUP formula. I have VLOOKUP and open a bracket, and like I said, it's going to give you an idea of the value you should enter. So lookup value, I want to look up John details. Then table array, so this is the table array. I'm going to highlight the content I have in the table. Then the next is okay, when I click on John, I didn't put comma. So now the next is we have table array. The next is column index. So column index, I'm looking up email. So I have column 1, column 2. So I'm going to put 2 here. And the next is range lookup. I'm going to put false there. So I have false. Then I'm going to close and hit the enter key. So you can see I have this email. Now one beautiful thing about the lookup is this. If I type another name here, if I type Bolu here for example, it's going to give me the email of Bolu. As you can see, it's going to automatically give me the email of Bolu. So if you have a large data and you want to retrieve information very easily, you can use a VLOOKUP. So I'm going to look up phone number as well. So I have my equal to, and then I have VLOOKUP function. You open brackets, and I'm going looking up this. I'm looking over this cell, then apply a comma, table array, and then add comma. Then next is column index. So what we are looking at is phone number. So the column is column 3, 1, 2, 3. So I'm going to put 3 here. Then I will add false as well. So false. I'm going to close this. I need the enter key. So now this is Bolu. You can see I have Bolu 541. So let's look up the salary as well. So I have equal to VLOOKUP. You can look up in another sheet as well, not just on the sheet that you are in. Okay, so I open a bracket and I select a lookup value, what I'm looking up, apply a comma and table array, highlight the content of the table, and apply a comma and also column index. This time around salary, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm going to put 4 here and add false. So I have false here and close it, then hit the enter key. And now if I type any name here, I'm going to get all of the information. So if I type Emeka here, for example, Emeka, and you hit the enter, you're going to get information about Emeka. So now lastly, what I want us to do, instead of typing name and all of that, you can actually use data validation. So if you go to data, and you can use list under data validation. Okay, so we are going to use data validation to make it a list. So click on data, and then under data tools, it depends on the version you are using, but under data tools you are going to see data validation is right here. So you have data validation here, so you click and then you have click on data validation. It's going to show you this box. And now in this box you have allow any value, so you're going to click here and choose list. Now to capture our list, you're going to click on this arrow and select the list of names that you want to be in your list, and then click the arrow again and click OK. After clicking OK, you have this small arrow here that will allow you to select any name that you want to look up your information. If you have a big table, this is easier. Let's say you have a table of 1,000 people and you just click on the name, it brings up all their details. Click up love, and these are details. Bolu, these are details. John, these are details. So data validation, as you know, this tutorial is just for beginners level. You can use VLOOKUP to look up information in other sheets. If you have up to 10 sheets, you can actually look up information from other sheets. But this is a basic thing you need to know about VLOOKUP. So that we conclude our formulas and functions lesson. So the next lesson we are going to talk about is relative and absolute values. Relative and absolute. Welcome to the next lesson in our Microsoft Excel tutorial. In this lesson, we are going to look at relative and absolute value. Now, when we talk about relative value, as you can see on my screen, I have some set of data here. I can calculate total of this by entering equals to and type in a function sum, open a bracket, and select my range of data and close the bracket. Then need the enter key to calculate sum. This is the sum total of the data that I have on from B5 to D5. Now, if I want to get the answer to the rest of to the rest of the data that I have, I want to calculate the rest of the total. I'm going to move this mouse. If it turns to this dark plus or cross, I'm going to drag down like this to get the other answers. Now, if you look at the formula here, we have B5 and D5. Then automatically it picks the next cell address to calculate the next total. So that is what we refer to as relative value. So it's going to use as you can see here, we have it's going to pick B6 to D6 and so on. So that is relative value. It's going to pick the value that is related to that cell and use it in calculation to get total. But let's do calculation for our commission. Now, I don't want you to forget this. Relative value is picking cell address or cell name that is related to the particular data in order to calculate. You can see that formula can be duplicated right here. So now, to explain absolute value, if we want to get 10% commission rate, we want to calculate 10% commission rate for each of these total. Now, I'm going to put my equal to here. Then I'll select cell E5 times, use asterisk as times. Then I'm going to select the commission rate, which is 10%, and I'm going to hit my enter key. So this is our commission rate right here. If I use the same method of duplicating content, it's not going to work because the Excel is not going to understand that. It's going to see if I let me enable this formula now. You can see you have your E6 and you have your F3. So relatively, it's going to pick the next line, and there is nothing in the next line. So we want this F2 to be fixed. We want Excel to use this F2 to generate the rest of the result without moving to the next line. When I explain the relative value, it's going to move the next line. Use this cell address to calculate for the new total. But in this case, you can see that by default, Excel is set to calculate using relative value. So it moves to the next line. And if I enable the formula here, if I double click to enable the formula, we have F4 here. So it moves down to F4. And in F4, we don't have 10%, we have commission. So how do you do it? How do you make this F2 to be fixed? So that is what that's what I'm going to explain right now. And that is what is called absolute value. So right here, I'm going to type my equal to and then get my E5, then times, that's asterisk, 10%. So how can I make this fixed? So to make the 10% fixed here, so that you can be able to duplicate for the rest of the answer, you are going to put in front of F, you're going to put a $sign, and in front of 2, you also put a $sign. So by doing this, you have made this an absolute reference or an absolute value. That's this particular F2. So it's going to be used to multiply the rest of the cell address to generate a proper answer. So let me hit the enter key. So you have your answer 121. So if I duplicate it right now, it's going to give me accurate of the commission rate accurate here. As you can see, this one just 10% of 720 is 72, 10% of 970 is 97, and so on and so forth. So that is the difference between relative and absolute value. Alright, so the next thing we are going to look at is three-dimensional formula in Microsoft Excel. To use our three-dimensional formula, I'm going to add additional sheets to our existing sheets. So we're going to insert another sheet. Now I'm just going to copy, Ctrl C to copy, then on sheet 4 I'm going to paste. Now what I want to do is on my summary sheet, we have sheet 5, I'm going to copy and paste as well. So what I want to do here is to take the total of what I have on my, to take the sum of what I have from this cell. This is 110. This is 110, and my sheet 3, there's no data. My sheet 5, there's data, and here is sheet 1, there's data. So I'm going to remove these sheets. Right click and delete sheet if you want to remove sheet. Now if you observe on my sheet 1, the quarter 1 data is missing. Sheet 5, quarter 1 data is missing. My sheet 4, the quarter 1 data is missing as well. Now I want to use this to explain something about this three-dimensional formula as well. If you hold on your shift key and you highlight all of the sheets, sheet 4, sheet 5, sheet 1, you can rename these sheets. They are not properly labeled. You can relabel them by just right clicking and clicking on rename. So if you hold on shift key and you highlight these 4 sheets, if I type 110 here, it's going to show on the rest of the sheets. It's going to show on sheet 4, as you can see, sheet 5 and sheet 1. So if I come down to sheet to my 3D formula, if I type tons, you're going to see it here, and you're going to see it here, you're going to see it here, because they all are highlighted. And if I delete, it's going to remove it from the sheet as long as they are all highlighted. You can see sheet 3D formula, sheet 4, sheet 5, and sheet 1 are highlighted. Now to using our 3D formula to calculate the sum of our sheet 4, 5, sheet 1, and I think I'm just going to label this sheet 1, sheet 2. So you just go to rename. I'm going to give this 1. Then my sheet 4, I'm going to rename it to my sheet 5. I'm going to rename it to 3, and my sheet 1, I'm going to rename it to 4. So I'll go to my summary, click on quarter 1, type equals to, then you type a function, sum function, open bracket, and you can now go back to your sheet 1 and select what you want to add up. Hold on the shift key, select the sheet 4 to select sheet 1, 2, and 3 and 4, then hit the enter key, and as you can see, automatically in my summary sheet I have the sum of sheet 1, which is 110 plus 110 plus 110 and plus 110 that we have here. Then we have 440, and you can use the mouse function to also duplicate this. I can just once it turns to this dark cross, I can move it across, and it's going to supply that answer. It's going to supply that answer. So no total calculation. If you check our sheet 1, there's no total calculation. So if you go to our summary sheet as well, you can do it for the column aspect as well. So we have a summary sheet of sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3 and sheet 4. This is a summary sheet using 3-dimensional formula to calculate the summary of sheet 1, 2, 3 and 4. If you look at this, this is 1, 2. If I go to my first sheet, I have 300 here. So if you have 300 plus 300 plus 300 plus 300, that's going to give you 1, 2. So it's very correct. So that is how to use your 3-dimensional formula. The next thing I want us to look at is loan calculation. How to use Microsoft Excel to calculate loan. Now let's say you take a loan of 100,000 and at 5% rate. This 5% is per annum, and you are going to pay in 6 months. So how do you calculate your monthly payment? You take a loan of 100,000. It could be 1 million. It could be 500,000. Take a loan of 100,000 at 5% rate per annum, and then you have 6 months to pay the loan. So how do you calculate monthly payment? So to calculate your monthly payment, you click on equal to, go to where you have function. You have a insert function. Now you look for PMT. We use a PMT to calculate loan. So you use PMT. Click on, when you see PMT, click on OK. You're going to see this. Now the first is your rate. Now don't forget that 5% is your annual rate. So to calculate monthly rate, you have a 5% divided by 12. That's to calculate your monthly rate. Then NPER, if you click on this, you see NPER is the total number of payments for the loan. Calculate the payment for loan based on constant payment and a constant interest rate. So your NPER is 6 months. You're going to use 6 months for the payment, and your PV. If you click on the PV, you're going to see PV is the present value, the total amount that a series of future payment is worth now. So your principal amount is 100,000. So you're going to click on this, and when you are through with that, click on OK. Once you click on OK, you're going to get the amount you'll be paying monthly. So monthly you're going to be paying 16,000. I'm going to change this to Naira, because let me change it. If you want to change to Naira, all you need to do is you go to your home tab and you have currency. Under currency here, go to more number format. Then under number format, click on currency again. Click on symbol where you have symbol. Then you scroll, you're going to see Naira. As you can see, you have Naira. So you can select any of these. I'm going to just select this and click OK. So you're going to be paying 16,910 Naira 56 kobo monthly. So if you borrowed, if you take a loan rather of 100,000 Naira, so that is how to do loan calculation. So very simple and straightforward. Now the next lesson I want us to look at is how to work with large files. You will often come across large files in Microsoft Excel. Now this is an example. Now if you are working in Microsoft Excel and you see something like this, it means the space of the cell is not enough for the data that you have within that cell. So all you need to do is expand the cell by double clicking or by just dragging. When you move your mouse to this point, you can drag or double click to expand the cell. So that's what it means. If I decrease the cell now, it's going to show me this hash symbol, but you can just expand it to see it. So I'm working with large file. If you want to work with large file, definitely you need to use your scroll bar, to scroll up and down the cell. Another thing you can do is, if you want to locate a file, let's say I want to locate this file right here, you can type the address of the file, which is B24. So let's say I'm at the top here, I can easily type the B24 here, and it's going to take me straight to that particular file that I'm looking for. Now, other things we can do with large file, you can use what is called split screen. If you go to view, you're going to see split. So if I want to split from my from this point, I can click on view, then I'll click on my split screen. It's going to divide my screen into two, so I can scroll scroll up and down to have access to other content. Then you can see that my page has been divided into two, so I have this other one here as well to have quick access to any of the content. And if you want to remove your split screen, just move this splitter up, and it's going to go, or you just go to your view and click on split again, and it's going to unsplit. Now let's say you want a situation where you want to make this your header to be fixed, the employee ID, last name, first name, department, and so on. You want it to be fixed. Like if I scroll down now, it's going to disappear. So I want it to be fixed at the top here, so that if I scroll down, I'm still going to be seeing all of my header title. So what you can do under view as well, you're going to use freeze pane. So you click on freeze pane, but you must select the cell below the header that you want to fix. You can see I'm going to fix this first row, so I'm going to click on the second row, something like you can click on any cell on the second row, then you go to your view and click on freeze, select the first one. So it's going to freeze my header. Now note that if you want to print this file, you have to unfreeze so that it's going to print. If not, it won't. The header is not going to print out. So now if I start scrolling, you can see that the header is fixed. So if I scroll down to have access to other data, the header is fixed. So that is how to fix an header. If I click on Ctrl P, Ctrl P is used to print. So if you print out this document, the header is not going to show because it's freezed. So now to unfreeze, just go to your view and click on freeze pane, and you see unfreeze pane. So if I scroll down, you see that the header is no longer freezed. So these are various ways you can work with your large files. In this lesson, we are going to look at page setup and print setup. Okay, to look at page setup and print setup, I want us to start with header and footer. To access your header and footer, you can access your header and footer by coming down here. We have three views here: normal view, page layout view, and page break preview. So you're going to click on page layout view. Now move up, you're going to see add header. So here, if you click here, you have access to header and footer tools that you can use to add your header and footer. Now you can use some of these header and footer elements to add content to your header and footer page. So if you want to add page number or number of pages, you have current date, you have file name, and you have a sheet name, then you have pictures. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add my name here. Then at the left side, I'm going to add page number, and I'm going to add current time, current date. Then at the right, I'm going to add current time. So if I click on my normal view, so like I said, click on your page layout view to enter your footer, but if you click outside of the footer, you're not going to have access to these tools. As you can see, once I click somewhere else, the header and footer tools disappears. So but if you click back, you're going to have access to header and footer tools. So once you are through, you can now click on normal view, and that is how you add header and footer. If I go to my print preview, you're going to see my header at the top here. You can see the date, you can see my name, then you can see the time. If you want to add a footer, you do the same thing. So if you go to page layout view and you scroll down, you're going to see the footer section, add footer. So if you click on header and footer tools, you can add header and footer. Then if you need header and footer template, you can come here. Right here we have header templates that you can work with. So as you can see here, we have some header templates that you can work with. Also we have footer template you can work with right there. So another way to access your header, not enable in my page layout. So what I'm going to do, I'll go to File and go to Options. Then I'm going to click on Customize Reading. I will now move to where I have my page layout. Right here, where I have my page layout. So then I'm going to look for header and footer. I'm going to select all commands, then move to where I have header, look for header. That should be H E G H. Okay, it should be somewhere around here. So this is my header and footer. Now to add a header and footer to my page layout, I'm going to create a new group. I'm going to rename my group. I'm just going to give it H and F. I'll click OK. Then I'm going to add, as you can see, I've selected header and footer right here. And I'm going to click on Add to add my header and footer. Then I'll click OK. Then it should be here right now. You can see it here. So if you are looking for any command and it's not in the ribbon, you can go to Options, and then you go to Customize Ribbon and add the particular command. So right here I can now access my header and footer. Right, so I can adjust what I have here, write my name here, include whatever I want to include over there. You can also adjust your footer. And the next thing I want us to look at is print titles. So if you have 3 pages, 4 or 5 pages, and you want your title to be printed on all of your pages, I mean your header title be printed on all of your pages. Now right now we have this title on only the first page. If I go to print preview, Ctrl P, and this is my page 1, you can see I have my employee ID, last name, first name. If I go to page 2, I'm not going to see it. I go to page 3, it's not there. So to print your title on all pages, you go to page layout rather, you go to page layout, and under page layout you're going to see print titles. So click on print titles, and we have different sections. We have page, margin, header, then you have sheet. So under sheet you're going to see rows to repeat at the top. So rows to repeat at the top, you can click on this arrow and select the row you want to be repeated. Now we can't select the first row because we have merged cells in the first row, so it's not going to work. If I select this, if I hold on my control key and select the employee's record, and I go back to my sheet page and click OK, it's not going to work. Print titles must be contiguous and complete row or column. So I'm going to click OK and delete this. Then I'm going to select this, only this, and click. Then I can now click OK. So if I go back to my print preview and I move on to second page, you can see that the header, my title header is right here on all the pages. So if I move to the next page, you can see it. So that's how to print titles on all of your pages. Okay. The next thing I want us to look at is working with comments. Now, if you want to write a comment, if you want to attach comment to any cell, all you need to do is right click on that particular cell, and then you're going to see new comment, and you can type. I can type Mrs. Debo. Mrs. Debo is the best art staff. So this is how to add comments, and you can just click to add the comment. You can see Mrs. Debo is the best art staff. You can click on this pencil tool to edit your comment, and then you have these 3 dots in case you want to delete the comment. Alright, so if you see any cell with this sign, it means that cell contains comments. And also is a way you can print your comments. If you are printing your final if you are doing your final printing, so you can print your comments. Your comment is not going to print automatically. You must tell you must tell Excel to print your comments. So how do you do that? You go to page layout and click on this arrow to see more commands, and under sheets you're going to see comments and notes. So you can come here and print your comment at the end of the sheet, or you can print the comment as displayed on the sheet. So I'm going to select at the end of the sheet, and if you go to print preview and I move on to my last page, you're going to see the comment. So the comment is at cell C8, and the comment is by Emmanuel Adefolaju. Mrs. Debo is the best art staff. So it's going to print it out this way, so that anybody going through the printout can easily check cell C8 and understand that this comment belongs to this person. So that is how to print comments in Microsoft Excel. That's how to work with comments. Now the next thing I want us to look at is the page setup options that we have. So if you go to page layout, most of the what we are doing right now is everything is on page layout. Now the first thing you see here is margins. So if I click on the margins, or if I click on this arrow and I click on margins, you can see that we have 6 types of margins. You have the top, bottom, left, right, header and footer. So you can reset your margin from this point. So if you click on the top arrow, you can reset your margin the way you want it. Okay. So but this, if you come right here where you have margins, so you can see these are quick ways of actually adjusting your margin. You have the normal, which is 0.7, and you have the wide, and you have the narrow margins. Okay, now the next one is a page orientation. If you observe my page, if I click on if I go to my page layout, you see that there's a page break somewhere. So if I check my print preview, you're going to see that this part is not captured in my print preview. So it means that it's not going to print this part. With this, it's going to print this separately as a page. So, but if we do landscape, you can see that it captures the whole of my content, but I'm still having an extra column right here. Okay, so but we are going to correct this here, and if you go to page break view, view, because we're in landscape, you can see it has absorbed the other section. But if I change it to, if I want to print it, if I want to print portrait, you see it's not going to print this aspect, but you can adjust. You can actually adjust it from here. Okay, so we are going to come to that. If you move these, if you move this line and you drag it to this point, so it's going to correct automatically. So if I check my print preview right now, if I go to my normal view and Ctrl P to check my print preview, you can see the last column that I have here is salary, but before adjusting it, it didn't capture higher date and salary. So that is how to adjust your page. So you just go to page break preview, and just if the line is here, drag it to this point. Okay, now they call it scaling. As you can see, scale to fit. So if I increase the scaling here to 100, if I go to my print preview, if I go to my normal view and go to print preview, it's not going to capture. You can see this location couldn't even capture what I have in my location. But if I go to my my scaling, now I cannot actually get I can experiment with my scale to see if it's going to waste time. But the best way to adjust your scale is to come to the page break and just move this line to this point, and you can see that if you give you accurate scale, that will capture all of the contents that you have in that particular sheet. Alright, so still on page layout, if you go to size, you have different paper size that you can print on. You have A4 is very common, and others. So the other part is print area. Let's assume that you don't want to print everything on this page. You just want to capture from 1 to 10. So you can set your print area. You can come right here and set print area, and it's going to capture only what you've highlighted. So I'm going to click on Ctrl P, as you can see. So we just have number 1 to 10. So in case you don't want to print all the record that you have in your sheet, you can actually capture the section that you want to print, and it's going to print it for you, and then you just set your print area. Okay, so here we have breaks, so you can insert a page break. So if I move down here, I have a break here, so this should be the end of first page. You can see the end of second page, and you have the third page. So if you come right here, now you have to delete your print area. If I go to my print area, I'm going to clear print area so that it's not going to affect the other printing that I'll be doing. Okay, so you can remove reset all page break. Like this is shortcut here, page break preview. I've just done reset, so I can move this back. Then I can scroll down to check my page 1. That's going to be my page 1, then page 2, and my page 3. So go to normal page. Okay, so now we see we also have background on the page layout. If you click on background, you can select pictures online, or you can select pictures offline. If you are connected, you have hundreds of pictures you can work with online. So I'm going to select work offline. Means I'm going to insert pictures from my computer. So I'm going to look for the picture location. I'm just going to use this picture. So you have this picture at your background, but this picture is not going to print with your sheet. So as you can see right here. Okay, so I'm going to remove the background. So delete background by just clicking on delete background. Now I'm still going to click on this arrow so that I can talk more about other aspects or other tools that you have here. So if you go to sheet, for example, you can print grid lines. Now if you want to print rows and column, you want to print what you have here. You want to print 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's your rows, or you want to print A, B, C, D. That's your column. So I'm going to click on it again and go to my sheet, and if I enable print row and column headings, and I check my print preview, you can see that I have 1, 2, 3. That's the row, and I have your A, B, C, D. So that is how to include row heading and column heading in your printing. Alright, so let's see other things that we have there under sheet. If you want to print your grid line, you can enable that. If you want to print it black and white, you can also enable that. Okay, so we've talked about header and footer, we've talked about margin, and also we've talked about a page. You can print in landscape, you can print in portrait. So I think that will be all for page setup and print setup. The next lesson I want us to look at is adding and deleting rows and columns. If you want to delete a row, all you need to do is just click on the row, and under your home tab you are going to see delete, and the row is going to delete. If you want to delete a column, just click and hit delete, and that column is going to be deleted. So if you want to add a column, just click to highlight, click on the column heading to highlight, and click insert, and it's going to insert your row. If you want to insert two column, all you need to do is highlight two column and click insert. It's going to insert two column for you. The same thing with the row. If you click on the row and you click insert, it's going to insert two rows for you. If you want to insert two rows, just click and hold on your control, click again and click insert, and it's going to give you two rows. So that is how to insert and delete. You can use this button under cell to insert and delete rows. The next thing I want us to talk about is copy, cut, and paste. If you have been using any application, you should be used to copy, cut, and paste. Now, copy means to duplicate a content. So if I insert a row here, I'm going to insert a row, and I can copy this content here using Ctrl C, or you just use copy here under clipboard. Under clipboard, you can just click on copy, and you can select the empty row that you want to paste it and click on paste, or you do Ctrl V. So I'm going to paste it right here. So that is how to copy. Now, copy means you are duplicating a content, but to cut means you are moving that content. So if you want to remove these dancing lines on your sheet, just hit the escape key. So I'm going to copy this again. Now this time around I'm going to cut. So that is Ctrl X to cut. So that is this scissors right here. You can see cut, Ctrl X. So I'm going to click and click here and hit my paste. That's Ctrl V. It's going to move it. As you can see, the content is no longer available here. Alright, so that is how to copy and cut. Now what about paste? And we just pasted, but we have paste options actually. So if I copy this, and I create a new sheet, insert a new sheet, and I paste what I have there. Now let me paste another one here. If right click and I move to paste, you're going to see different paste option. The first one is going to paste it, the first paste option. Then here you have values. You have values. There is difference between the first one and the second one, which is ordinary, which is only values. Then the third one, which is formulas. And you have another paste option here. This one is transpose. So what transpose means is we are now inverting the rows and the column. Now, if I use the transpose option, now you see that over here you have the numbers now here. Then you now have the headers there. So if you have an option, if you have a situation where you need to invert what you have, maybe you want to move the content here to this section, and what you have at the top you want to move it to this section. So you use the transpose paste option to do that. Okay, so let's look at the other paste option that we have. This is transpose. Then here we have formatting, and then here we have paste link. Okay, so those are the then we have paste special. So those are the paste options that we have. So you have your paste, then you have paste values, you have other paste options that you can use. Alright, so that is what we have for that, for cut, copy and paste. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Thank you for watching, and please do subscribe to my channel so that I can create more content like this. In our next lesson, we are going to be looking at some data analytic tools in Microsoft Excel, and one of these data analytic tools is tables. Now what we have right now is just a list of data. Now we can convert this list of data to a table. Now to convert to table, your cursor should be within your list. Now the first thing that is important to note is your list must have heading, or must have an header, and the headers must be unique header. Now what do I mean by unique header? It means like you have location here, you can't have another location, but you can have location 1 and location 2. So the headers must be unique. Now also the content of your list must also be unique from the header. So you don't want to have any word that you have in the header within the table. Now the third criteria for converting a list to a table is that there must you mustn't have a blank space within your table. You must have a complete list, or a complete data set for you to convert your list to table. Now how do you convert to table? Just make sure that your cursor is within your list. Go to insert, then you're going to see table. Click on table, and it's going to capture all of your list because you have your cursor within your list. And as you can see here, my table has headers. Like I said, your table must have a unique header. So you can click OK. Now after clicking OK, now one of the things you will notice is that you now have this tab called table design. So you have access to these analytic tools to be able to analyze these table right now. So now if you look at, we have a summarize with pivot table, remove duplicate, If you have duplicate in this table, you can use remove duplicate to remove whatever duplicate you have here. So if I click on remove duplicate, for example, and I'm just going to use employee ID, I'm going to unselect all and use employee ID. Is a unique data that can be used to represent all of the other data. So if I click OK, no duplicate value found. So if I decide to duplicate this value, for example, if I copy this and paste here, and I'm going to hit the escape key. If you notice, there is one sign here. There's one green sign here that indicates that this is the end of your table, and it's not going to. The last information is not part of the table. But let me see if you can duplicate that. Okay, I'm going to undo that, and but you can actually add this. Okay, so to add this new information to my table, as you can see that the table ends here. So I'm going to click on my table, and I'm going to click on resize table, and now I have my last row to be 26. If you scroll down, you're going to see that you have row 26. So I'm going to change this 26 to 27 here. I'm just going to delete this 6 and make it 7 and click OK, so you can see that it has captured this last row. But I'm still having something here. This is 25, 26, and I'm going to use the ID, to get out the duplicate. So I'm going to change this to 26. Actually, the formula, which is +1, I'm going just to put 27. No, I'm going to put 25. I want it to be 25. Okay, so now if I go back to my table design and click on remove duplicate and use my employee ID and click OK, I'm going to see one duplicate value found and removed. 25 unique values remain. So if you have a duplicate and you want to remove the duplicate, you can use remove duplicate. Now also another one of the data analytic tool that is available in your table is the slicer. So if I insert the slicer, for example, you can actually use the slicer in sorting. You can use the slicer in sorting. Okay, so I'm going to use I'm going to create for location, and I'm going to click OK. Now in this table we have 3 locations. So as you can see, if I click Egbeda, it's going to give me all the information I have that relate to Egbeda location. If I click Ikeja, it's going to give me this. If I click Lekki, it's going to give me all the information that I have there in Lekki. So that is how to use slider. So I've just, if you click here, it means you want to use multiple select. So you want to select multiple places. So that's Ikeja and Lekki. So, but if I select this and click only Ikeja, I'm only going to have Ikeja. All right. So this is one way to sort your information to get out certain detail in your table. All right. So I'm going to just select all the 3 locations and delete the slicer. Now you can also sort. If you click on table design, you have you can also use sort. Now if you look, you can use filter. What is called filter. So if you look at each of these header here, you're going to see an arrow pointing down. That is your filter arrow. So if you click on this, you can actually sort So this is hire date, and you want to check all employee that was hired in 2000. So you select 2000 and you click OK. So you're going to have all of these employees that were hired in the year 2000. So if you also want to sort using salary, and you want to check for employee collecting $120, so you can click and then hit OK, and it's just Sunday schedule as collecting. So you can also sort here by right here we have only the Keja. I'm just going to take it back to all and click OK. I'm going to change the filter here as well. I'm going to select all and click OK. So if you want to do it by department, you want to sort by department, you can click science and click OK. So you have all of these people in science department, and you're going to see this filter icon here. So anytime you are working with a sheet with this particular filter icon, you should know that there's a filter here, and this is not the entire data. So, and if at all you see these, if you see the row label, you see 1, 2, 3 to 7. So between 3 and 7 we have data. Then from 7 to 10, so you know that data are hidden, and this is just a filter set. Okay, so those are the advantages of creating tables. It gives you access to use filter or slicer in sorting your data or getting a particular content that you need. So the next thing I want us to talk about is we have custom sorting. We also have custom sorting. So I'm going to remove this filter that we have in department. I'm going to click OK. So now there's something called flash field. Before we talk about custom sorting, there's something called flash field. So I'm going to create another column right here. That's for my full name. So I'm just going to I'll go to O and click insert. So this column, I'm going to rename this column to full name. Full name. Okay, so now here I want to talk about flash field. And if I write the full name here, Sunday schedule, I can use flash field to fill in the rest full name, that last name and surname. Can you flash field? And flash field is under data. So you click on data, and you have outline. So you click on data. If you click on data, you have data under data tool. Under data tools, you have a flash field under data tool, and this is it. As you can see, the symbol of flash is there. So clicking on this is going to fill in the rest, of the name. So all you need to do is just to enter the first and use a flash field to fill in the rest of the full name, that is last name and surname. Okay, so that is how to use a flash field. Now let's talk about sorting data. If you click on data, and you have a sort and filter right here, so you can sort from lowest to highest, that sorts A to Z, and you can sort from highest to lowest, sort Z to A. You know, these are the normal sorting that we know. So, but let's say you want to perform a multi-level sorting, then you can use these sorts here. If you click this, this is going to allow you to do multi-level sorting. Now, let's say you want to use full name to sort first. You want to sort by full name first. You have set value A to Z. Then you can click on add level, add another level, and you want to sort by location this time around. So you want the computer to sort first by full name, then also by location, and you click OK. So then you're going to have it here. As you can see there's this sort icon here, and another location we have this sort icon. So we call it multi-level sorting. So that is how you can add multi-level sorting. Okay, so our next lesson is going to be subtotal. So we are going to use this file here. I'm going to add a link to the description so that you can download this file in case you want to work with this file as you go through the tutorial. So we are going to do subtotal of these data. So now we have a product, we have customer, we have Lagos, Abuja, Kano, and Port Harcourt. Okay, so now to do subtotal of these content, in this subtotal tutorial, we are going to use this table to calculate our subtotal. So the first thing you need to do when calculating subtotal is to make sure that your table or your data is sorted. So we're going to sort these data. We're going to sort A to Z from lowest to highest, and also the next thing we're going to do after sorting is to add subtotal. To add subtotal, subtotal simply means like in Lagos, I want to know the number of cement sold in Lagos, and I want to know the number of cement sold in Abuja, and the same for each of these products, because right now this table is not completely readable. Because if I want to know the number of cement sold, number of rice sold in Lagos, and I'm going to start calculating and all of that, but Excel can do it for you. You can calculate subtotal of Lagos rice sold, in Abuja cement sold rather, in Kano rice sold, and also in Port Harcourt salt sold, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to click on my data tab and go to outline and click on subtotal. Now, if you want to know for products Lagos, Abuja, you just want subtotal for subtotal for all of these, you can select everything and click OK, and it's going to give you just that. So now, if you look at this point here, you have three sections. This is section 1, section 2, section 3. Now, if you move down this table, you're going to see subtotal. Now, this is subtotal for cement, as you can see it here. Cement total for Lagos. If I'm going to freeze this header, so I hope you've not forgotten how to do that. So if you go to page layout, and I'm going to select this, go to my insert, Okay, so I'm going to freeze my header. So to freeze your header, you go to view, you click on view, then you click on freeze pane, and you select this. So I'm supposed to click. I'm just going to undo this. So I'm going to click below the row that I want to freeze. I want to freeze the whole of this header. So I'm going to click on view, then freeze pane, and okay, I've not unfreeze, so freeze and then freeze this. So if I scroll down, it's going to be at the top. Now, as you can see, you have for cement, subtotal, you have for rice, you have salt total for salt, and for the rest of the product, then you have sugar, then you have grand total. Now, if you look at, you have 3 sections here. If you look at the first section, you have your grand total here for Lagos, Abuja, Kano. You know, this is readable, so you know the state that is doing very well. All right. So if you click on the second section, you're going to see for rice, this is Lagos cement, and you have some more. These are subtotals for each of the states and each of the products. Then you have your grand total. So this is readable, so you can actually make decision with these subtotal, with this data, compared to number 3, where you have compared to your table, your list that you know, you don't know the actual total, and you have all of this data like this. So that is the essence of subtotal. Now the next lesson that we have here is charts. So here you are going to learn the different types of charts that we have in Excel, and how you can represent data with charts in Microsoft Excel. Now charts is just a pictorial representation of data. This is an example of your data or your table. So to have a pictorial representation of this data is what is referred to as a graph or charts. All right. So now let's to insert a chart, you go to insert, and then you have this command group. You have under charts, you have all of these examples of charts. Now, based on the table you have, Excel will show you recommended charts. If you click here, you're going to see recommended charts. So it's going to recommend all of these charts to you based on your table. So based on your table, it's going to recommend any of these charts. So as you can see, you can use this. If you click OK, you're going to have your chart right here. So now we have chart title, so you can put your title here that says report. So say report, and apart from the chart title, you also have chart styles. So we have chart elements here. We have these are shortcuts, and we have a chart filter right here. So we have chart styles here, but everything is right here also. So if you come here, you have our chart elements. You can add or remove grid lines. If you want to remove your grid lines, you can just click on more grid lines option, and you can do no line, and it's good. You can see it clears the grid line. So if I do solid, you see the grid line. If I click on no line, you're going to see no line. So if you can go from here, if you click your chart elements here, and you can easily uncheck this. You can check this line, and whatever you don't want, you can check. You can uncheck or check whatever you don't want. So the same thing with the data label. You can enable data label on your chart. You have data table as well. You can enable this on your chart. you can uncheck it, you can disable it, you can disable the chart title, you can include it, and so on. So you can format and edit your chart using the chart elements, and these you have your chart style, just what you have here, what you have above here, basically that is same with what you have here. So after editing your chart, or after editing and formatting your chart, and you like the chart, if you want to print the chart, just click on the chart and use Ctrl P. Use Ctrl P. If you are printing only the chart, so use Ctrl P, then you have your chart here. You can select your printer, select the number of copies you want to print, and you have a print selected chart. So pages, this is just 1 to 1, so you have 1, and you have 1 here as well, and you have a landscape if you want it. Otherwise, you can select portrait, and you can select paper size here. This A4 that you're using, and you can also adjust your margin right here. Okay, so that now we have so many examples of charts. So if I go to my insert, and if you go to your insert, you have more charts. You have more charts. So what I did was to click on this arrow here. You click on this arrow here, so you have more charts here. So you have line charts, you have a pie chart, you have bar charts, you have area chart. It depends on what you are working on. Then you have recommended charts here. You have all charts. So if we look at another data, and if you don't want your chart to be on these sheets, you can actually insert a chart sheet. So if you write and go to insert, and you select chart, you click OK, so you're going to have a chart sheet, sheet. Okay, so you can either create your chart using these chart sheets, or you create your chart within your sheet, and you can print direct as well. So let's assume I have this data. I have these two data that I want to use. I'm just going to paste them here. Let's say I want to use this data here to create a chart. I will go to my insert, and I click on recommended chart. Yes, I guess it's going to show me a pie chart. So a pie chart is used to show proportion of whole. Use it to show numbers that relate to larger sum and always equal to 100. So it's so easy. So whatever data you have, you can just go to the recommended chart, and it's going to show you the different charts that is possible with the kind of data that you have. Also, you can use the chart elements to further work on your chart. Like here now, you can include data label, and you have other chart styles that you can use. Or you come here, you have your chart style here, then you have filter here. So you can filter as you want right here. So that is that about charts. Now the other lesson we'll be looking at is sparklines. Sparklines is also another data analytic tools. So to insert your sparkline, you select your data. Let me zoom this. Insert your sparkline, select your data, and go to insert, and you're going to see sparkline. So you see in this group you have sparkline, you have line, column, and you have win/loss. So if I select line, it's going to capture the data range of A3 to E3, and here I'm going to look location range. I'm going to select this point here and click OK. So this is my sparkline right here. So now what you can do here, you have the lowest point. You can see the lowest point. You can even change the sparkline color if you want to. Then you have marker color as well. So highest points, you want highest point to be green, and you want lowest point. You want lowest point, to be certain color and so on. Okay, so let's do another one. I'm going to highlight the second, the fourth row, and go to my insert and click on sparkline. This time around I'm going to use column. I'm going to select this point and click OK. So now we have this, and I want to my highest point. I want to change the color of the high point to red, as you can see, and the lowest point can be change the lowest point to be yellow. Okay, this color here. Okay, so, and I'm going to do the last one. If you highlight this and go to insert, click on the last one, which is win or loss. So I'm going to select this point and click OK. Alright, now to understand this, you must have a negative value. So let's have a negative 100 here. So if you have a negative 100 here, as you can see, so you have a negative 100. You can change the color. So this is another data analytic tool that can be used. So you've got negative points. The color can be this, or you can just leave the color to be red as a negative point. Right. So then, if you like a particular one and you want to continue using it, so you can just duplicate the rest of your data, just for visualization. So you have all of that. So that is a sparkline. It's also a data analytic tool. Basically, it allows you to see how a salesperson is doing, in each month. So you can, if you check the first one, you can see that April sale is high compared to January, February, and March. So for people that love visuals, this is a great tool for them, to work with. So you can see if this particular one is your favorite, you can just use it. So when somebody is doing, you can see that January the person was doing well, and February not doing well, and March. Okay, this person here, March, February, they're not doing well. March, doing well, and April not doing well. So you can easily read this. If you look at this, you know that this is January, February. After January doing well, February, March, and April, nothing happened. So this is a great data analytic tool, and that'll be the end of our sparkline lesson. And the next lesson is going to be pivot table. Okay, the next lesson is pivot table. So a pivot table is also one of the data analytic tools that we have in Microsoft Excel. So if you have your data, or if you have your information right here, So you can create a pivot table by it's also like a table. You can use it to summarize your information or content. If you look at this content right now, if you want to know the total of this customer purchase for cement in Lagos, it might be a little bit difficult. So, but what you can do is to create a pivot table so that you summarize the whole of this table. So, how do you create a pivot table? You go to Insert, and you're going to see Pivot Table. Click on Pivot Table, and it will capture the content that you have on your list. And then I'm going to leave it to New Worksheet. You can create a pivot table on an existing worksheet, but I'm going to use a new worksheet. So I'm going to click OK, and what you are seeing right now is a pivot table, but nothing is inside yet because I'm here to move content in here. So here you have drag field between areas below. So you have filters, you have column, you have rows, and you have values. So and you have my header. So if we go to the source data, you have your header, product, custom, Lagos, Abuja, and so on. So you have all of that here. So now another thing I want to show you is this. If you click outside of your pivot table, the field list is going to disappear. So how can you get back the field list if it's not showing right here? Just locate pivot table, analyze, and then you're going to see field list here. So if I click on it, it's gone. If I click again, it's back. So now to create your pivot table, like I said, it's just used to summarize data. I'm going to move my customer. I'm going to leave customer here, row. I'm going to move product to column. Like I said, column are the vertical section. Column are the vertical section of your worksheet, while row are the horizontal. So I want my customer to be on the row, while I want my product to be on column. So now I have Lagos. I'm going to drag Lagos here. Okay, so as you can see that right here, this customer Aja is giving me the summary of this customer in Lagos, this customer purchase in Lagos, and other customers as well. So if I drag Abuja here, I'm also going to have some for Abuja, some for Lagos. That's for rice. You can see rice here. So some for Abuja for this customer now. Major for cement, I have some for Lagos. For this customer, some for Abuja, nothing. Then some for Lagos for rice, I have this. Some for Abuja, and so I can just remove this by dragging this, and just I want to see Lagos, the customers, and they have purchased some in Lagos. Okay, so you can do for Kano. If I remove Lagos, I can do for Kano, and we're going to see the data. So if the person you are presenting this to is a visual person, you can actually create a pivot chart. So you just click on pivot chart and click OK. So the person is going to see this, and you can print this as well. So if that's a visual person. So that's about a pivot table. So basically you use pivot table to summarize data, and you have all of your heading here. You can move them around, just to summarize your data, to make your data more readable. That is the essence of pivot table, because if you look at the source data, everything is together, and it might be difficult for you to really get each customer's purchase in each state. You know, like you have this ager here, you have ager here, and you know, and so on and so forth. It's difficult for you to put the customer and the product together. But with pivot table, you can have ager. So you have rice purchase here, salt, if the person purchase salt, and then total. So for this ager now, I think this person only purchased rice, and this ager also only purchased rice. Fixed right here, purchase cement, rice, semo, cement, rice, and semo. But to get that is difficult here. It's going to take time for you to get that. So that is that's a pivot table. So if you look here, you have design. So you can adjust a pivot table design as you want. If you go to pivot table analyze, so you have more functions, like insert slicer. You can actually insert a slicer for use customer. Insert a slicer for customer. So I'm going to select this and click OK. So I have all of my customer right here. So if I select this customer, it's going to give me data about this customer. So you can see this is a great summary tool or analytic tool, so that will make it's easier for you to really, you know, have an idea of what a customer has purchased, and you know the product that the customer hasn't purchased. So like here now, you even have the grand total. So if I click on AJAC, if I click on fixed, you can see fixed purchase cement, rice, and semo, and so on. So I'm going to clear this. So that's, you can use the slicer to further filter your pivot table. So, and I think that should be all about pivot table. The last thing I want to discuss in this tutorial is how to protect your workbook and your worksheet. So to protect your workbook, let's say I want to protect this sheet, for example. You go to review. If you go to review, you're going to see protect sheet, and it will allow you to type your password, or you can right click here and you're going to see protect sheet. So if I type 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 as my password and click OK, I'm going to re-enter it 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. I click OK. So this sheet is protected, is passworded. So, and I can unprotect this sheet. So how are you going to know if the sheet is protected? You can see I can't type. So the cell or chart you are trying to change is on a protected sheet. To make changes on protect the sheet, you might request to enter a password. So this sheet, I can't change anything right now because the sheet is protected. So if you have sheets and you want to protect it, that's how you protect your sheet. So to unprotect this sheet, to be able to edit and type, I can just click on unprotect under review, and I'm going to type my password. Once you type the password, it's going to unprotect it, so I can type whatever I want to type right now. So that's protecting your worksheet. Now, how do you protect your workbook? Now, if you want to protect your workbook, you see protect workbook here under review. Protect workbook, you type your password. I'm going to type 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. So it's the same thing. Once you protect the workbook, if you want to open the workbook, it's going to ask you to enter that password. So that's how you protect sheet and you protect workbook. Like I said, a workbook is the entire application. All of these sheets are within just a workbook. workbook, training workbook. Right, so that will be the end of this tutorial. That's Microsoft Excel tutorial. I believe you've learned a lot. I want you to subscribe to my channel, click on the like button, comment, and so to encourage me to work on more software that will benefit all of us. Thank you and thank you.